says. Well, he has candy. I've got mint gum, peppermint gum.
Beautiful. I might need it.
Coffee and tea abodes. Thinking more soft city. I'm thinking more soft map approach. That's not a more soft map approach to the planning commission. Because we didn't have a chance to talk. Yeah.
Kenmore City Council will come to order. Will the clerk please take the roll?
And it won't surprise you.
Councilmember File,
Yes, here.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Present.
Mayor Herbig,
Here.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Here.
Councilmember Kugler,
Here.
Councilmember Marshall,
Present.
and Councilmember Baker.
Here.
All right, if you
All
all
present.
please stand and join me in the flag salute. Next on the agenda is approval of the agenda. Unless there's any objection, the agenda will stand approved as published. Hearing no objection, the agenda stands approved. Next item is public comments. We welcome our community members to the council's meeting. In this forum, the council does not engage or dialogue with the public. The primary role of the council is to listen. We will hear from our on-site guests first, followed by our virtual guests. If you are online, please use the raise hand feature now if you wish to speak. All guests must address comments to the mayor and city council. The clerk will acknowledge your request and call your name when it is your turn. Your time will start when we confirm that we can hear you. Please state your name and city of residence for the record and keep your comments to the allotted time. We will not split your time with others or reset your time except by express approval of the presiding officer. Screen sharing is not allowed. You can submit materials to the council or clerk in advance. Please do not comment about pending development projects on which the council will make future decisions, as those are quasi judicial matters and council members must limit their communications about such matters. This meeting is being recorded. Thank you for taking the time to express your comments. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. If you hear your name, please line up behind the podium. We're going to start with Peter Lance, Dakota Rash, John Culver, Wayne Fu, and Orley Johnson.
Hello, my name is Peter Lance, Kenmore, Washington. I wanted to talk to you briefly tonight about the land use amendments that you're working on. I just had one observation as you go through this. It is always, when you're talking about the environment, it is always protect. You never mention, let's restore in this process. It's always protect. Once you've lost it, it's gone, and there's never it never seems to crop up that we're going to work on restore. I was going through it and I came across something that's bothered me about the city, and that is the reasonable use provisions. And you have that boiled into this amendment here. Every land that was ever part of in the city here was once attached to a property that had a reasonable use. It was a part of a farm or adjacent to another property. And for whatever reason, they had this crappy piece of property that's a swamp that is maybe raising fish or something, and they sawed it off because it was of no use. Now, but it was part of a piece of property that had a reasonable use. It is no longer entitled to anything other than what it is: a swamp, a throwaway piece of property, a blackberry patch. You do not owe anybody anything or need to fix this problem. You can let that go, in my opinion. We're not the nanny state. You don't have to take care of people and the problems they made for themselves by buying a pig and a poke. Please let them live in their pig and a poke. And if it's a swamp or it's too steep to develop, it was once part of a property that did have a reasonable use. And that ship has sailed, in my opinion. Please delete that section. It's page 4826, lines 30 through 32. That clause should be deleted from your reasonable use amendment. The last thing I'd like to talk about very briefly is the industrial property that you have here. That is a very efficient environmentally piece of property. The city prides itself on its environmental activism. You are barging in a lot of aggregate. It's coming in very, very efficiently to the city, and it's now being dispersed as concrete and asphalt or whatever. If you close out the concrete plant or the Cal Portland operation, there's going to be a lot more gas emissions. Greenhouse gases are going to be emitted as you figure out how, as the contractors figure out how to get the aggregate into the city. So please reconsider that industrial use as perhaps an industrial, clean industrial park instead of the more urban thoughts that are currently going through our minds here. Maybe it could be urban park.
Thank you, Mr. Lance.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dakota Rash. I'm a resident of Lake Forest Park. I'm not feeling as mentally spry tonight, so please just imagine the usual amount of eye contact I make. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak tonight, and I'd like to ask you all for your vote on the full implementation of the Climate Action Plan. Please choose option 3 or option 3 plus the housing and human services element from option 4. I don't really think it should go back to basic and then include another additional housing and human services element. I absolutely understand that dollar signs are intimidating. I've never served in an elected position before where I'm responsible for the budgets you all look at on a regular basis, but I have studied in great detail the possible trajectories of our species on this planet. So if I may, I'd like to offer you all 2 considerations. First, the absolute best way to save money in the long and really even at this point midterm is to fund the known solutions to the known threats of the climate crisis. We don't have much time to do this. So the changes we need to make may at times feel big and intimidating, but I assure you they are so much more smaller and less chaotic than they will be if we delay. There are only going to be harsher environmental impacts, which if left unaddressed will compile and rapidly erode our ability to respond. We pay either way. It makes much more sense to make controlled preventative investments now than desperate gasps to try and rescue ourselves later. Second, I'd like you to consider whether the cost of fully implementing this plan truly outweighs the value of doing your part to ensure your citizens are protected and able to thrive. It is October 17th, and we haven't seen a single drop of rain. The increased dryness in our state, this recent run being a very dramatic example of that, is already leading to cascading changes. Ecologists from UW, WSU, the University of Oregon, the Department of Natural Resources, and the US Forest Service have now concluded that the Western red cedar, also known to some populations as the tree of life, will be gone from the lowlands of this state. We also have seen in another recent report that since 1970, animal populations of all species have dropped 69%. All of this is indicative not of some sci-fi apocalypse coming up, but of a very well understood ecological phenomenon, a mass extinction event. Our planet has seen 5 of these thus far, and we are rapidly approaching number 6. There are no 2 ways about it. Our world is going to be different, but we have 2 options: continue to ignore the actions we know we need to take and be number 6, or demonstrate our true resilience and be the first species to fend off such a crisis. This coming age is going to be tough, but I know we are an innovative and resilient species, and we can do our best to save ourselves.
Thank you, Mr. Rash.
Good evening, Council. John Culver, Kenmore. I've got 2 big topics for discussion. First, the climate plan. Budgets are a reflection of priorities, and I was here for the vote when Council decided priority number 2 was a climate action plan. My message is simple. I implore you, stick to those guns. I don't need to remind anyone of the eerily balmy late October we're all enjoying here, nor the continued proliferation of smoke and hazardous air as Mother Nature cries for help. In retaliation, the kids are throwing soup on Van Gogh paintings, and who in good conscience could blame them with what we all know is coming as they grow up? If there was ever a time to opt for that often cited and too often ignored ounce of prevention, now is the time. No half measures, as the kids say, full cap. I want to talk too about missing middle. This has been hard to make sense of. I know Halloween's coming up, but despite their boogeyman status, I don't think duplexes and triplexes are a threat to anyone's existence. And I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, but single-family zoning is a historically racist institution, which itself should propel action to do away with them and leave that notion in the dustbin of history. But candidly, when you look more closely to examine the upsides of missing middle, the affordability case is not the headline. Banner win here. It gets downgraded to attainability. And when you look at the environmental impact, the clear answer is no net negative, which I think there will be a net positive, but that's not a clear-cut slam dunk either. So if it's not number one, affordability, if it's not quite number two, what is it? What's the there here? I do think missing middle is still a net win, but if you amortize that net win over collective community heartburn, woo, start to feel a lot like diminishing returns. Here's my challenge. I'm still pro missing middle. I think there is a more tangible win to be had for the environment, depending on how you go about it. I'm less sure on clear paths to victory specifically for affordability. But more to the point, maybe there's a driving underlying reason to persist through some considerable pushback from the public. But if there's more driving forces here, let's have that conversation. Make it a commensurate win, or at the very least, make a compelling case. Either way, Godspeed.
Wayne Fu, followed by Orley Johnson, Ryan Johnson, and Elizabeth Mooney.
Thank you. My name is Orley Johnson, and I live in Kenmore, 181st Street. And I want to start off by just saying thank you. We know you've tried to do the right thing. You've worked hard to clean up the beach area in Kenmore for family use, and you are working hard to protect streams and restore kokanee to our city. I certainly appreciate that. And there are plenty of opportunities for families in Kenmore. However, the reason why I moved here 28 years ago, and many other people in our neighborhood moved here, is so that our kids could have a grassy yard, so that we could have a house for them to grow up in. And that was wildly successful with excellent schools and wonderful other opportunities for them. If this rezoning passes, you will lose a lot of that. Families moving to Kenmore will move beyond. And I don't think that's something you want. And I might just throw in, we really do appreciate being able to take the bus to the train to get downtown to work. And I don't think changing the zoning thing will really help that. People can still get there easily from Kenmore. Thank you.
Wayne Fu, Kenmore citizen. I'd like to respond to the comment from Richard Sawyer, the environmental service manager, regarding surface water. This is the attachment 8, sent it to us a week ago with the council meeting agenda. I want to talk about the traffic that he mentioned a little bit. Last night, I looked at the NBC News evening, and they talk about the traffic is so bad, and it come back after the pandemic, and even worse. And there was an expert that the reporter interviewed, and he said the traffic is not caused by the work, because the remote working become a trend. It's because the people have the time during the day to run errands. And I think to solve that problem for most of the suburban city is how we should create a full service community other than stay as a bedroom community. So that when people need to run errand or go to any service amenity, they don't need to drive from this city to another city. Another point I like to mention in response to Richard Sawyer is that the great infrastructure with the proposed RM zoning, if we do the replacement development on a small site, that ended up yield less unit, but create more gray surface. And so last time I mentioned about looking for acre lot and go big, it'll yield more unit, but provide more green area. That's a sponge city concept. Check it out online. I like to talk about XIII, XRA, but I'm running out of time. This is approved August 2022 from White House. And it will encourage people to make their house more sustainable, more energy efficient, not about tearing down
Thank you,
and
Mr.
build
Chu.
triplex. Thank you.
Ryan Johnson, followed by Elizabeth Mooney, Laura Samuelson, and Drew Samuelson. Please line up behind the podium.
Mayor and City Council. My name is Ryan Johnson, New Kenmore resident, and at the risk of telling you some things you may already be aware of, I'd like to speak to you briefly regarding federal funding for schools in general and for sidewalks near Morelands Elementary specifically. I'd like to read from the White House School Infrastructure Toolkit PDF provided, specifically page 3. $90 billion in Department of Transportation funding is included that can be used for school route projects to make it easier and safer for K through 12 students to walk and bike to school. I think it's worth contrasting that number with the total distributed by the Safe Routes to Schools program, which has awarded $135 million in funding since 2005, to highlight the opportunity for funding via this new grant, as it represents an almost 1,000-fold increase in available funds for school sidewalks. I'd also like to talk briefly about using federal funds to increase safety and reduce operating expenses within our schools. From the same page and document. An unprecedented amount of federal funds is currently available that can support school leaders in making building upgrades. A February 2022 study of school district plans for using the $122 billion in American Rescue Plan elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds show that school districts will use $9.7 billion to upgrade heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems, with an additional $4.9 billion going towards other improvements to facilities that prevent illness. Overall, more than 24% of funds will go towards keeping schools operating safely. In addition, the $350 billion in U.S. Department of Treasury, state, and local fiscal recovery funds programs may be used by state, local, and tribal governments to support schools, including improvements or new construction of facilities in certain communities consistent with program requirements. I think the need for improved air quality in schools is clear, given all the smoke, but I also think that the potential to reduce our energy costs and increase sustainability through more efficient energy usage is something everyone can agree on, especially when it can come fully or primarily through federal funds. So I'd like to close by stating my strong support of Councilmember Files' suggestion at the last council meeting of hiring a grant specialist to review and apply for state and federal funding. Ultimately, one of the main goals of government, like businesses or people, is to make wise investments that reward over time. And I think that paying someone tens of thousands of dollars a year to potentially bring in tens of millions of dollars in external funding is one of those wise investments, and I hope you'll consider it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Mooney. Good evening, Kenmore Council. I've been a resident of Kenmore since 1995. I want to support Peter Lance and Orley Johnson's comments. We moved here because of Orley Johnson's family, and I'm grateful. I would like to make three interrelated issues tonight. One, the asphalt fumes, by the way, are disgusting and they're still chugging along, and I don't know what's happening with the folks there, but I know that they are not required to do any upgrades with new permits, and I've been trying to make sure you know that. So one, climate action plan project. My husband and I have reviewed the climate action plan options, and although I know it'll be expensive, it is an opportunity for Kenmore to lead in protecting our environment. Specifically in regard to budget proposal, I suggest you support option 3, with elements for housing from option 4. Missing middle, regarding your information mailer about the missing middle rezone of single family zoning to RM, I'm sorry to be critical, but there is little about that I support. Aside from the lack of proper public involvement, this effort fails to deliver what it's supposed to provide. Affordable housing for young families without infrastructure in place before the rezone for surface water, sewer, sidewalks. It's just a really bad attempt. End it, please. Start over and come to the hearing tomorrow with Planning Commission and pull back boundaries on the TOD to give Swamp Creek more room so that maybe we can get salmon back into our streams. Protecting our environment. People in Kenmore value our shoreline, but we have precious little access. Kudos for Log Boom Park aside. Instead, we have asphalt dioxins and concrete instead of salmon. Turn the tide and get that land at the shoreline. Make sure that any development at Lake Point includes significant public green space, perhaps a salmon restoration area. First, we need to provide full disclosure about potential exposures to toxins that are not healthy. Public health comes first, not the economy. Think broadly and be visionaries. Find the untraveled path in our state. Listen to the wind and the salmon. Don't chase the way to make money. As a friend said to me, salmon don't pay taxes, but what salmon and a healthy environment give us, we cannot buy. If we want a city with salmon in its streams, we need to stop and reverse the environmental degradation, not just slow it. Chase these goals to make Kenmore a better city for all.
Laura Samuelson, Kenmore, Washington. I'm going to talk about zoning, missing middle. My summarized view of the situation is that the council and staff went into the upzoning process with the basic belief that urban density is good and suburban single-family housing is bad. That increasing housing density zoning in Kenmore will, 1, increase the supply of affordable housing, 2, is somehow good for the environment, 3, will increase property tax revenue to the city, and 4, will allow certain council members to gain political capital with like-minded politicians in King County and Olympia. What was not expected is the overwhelming outcry against this by the citizens of Kenmore. So now we have a fully invested council and staff, having dedicated a great deal of time and money getting us to where we are today. Their back pocket fallback is obviously their hand-picked planning commission scaled back version using its 15-minute walk to a bus standard as a way to carve in more density in Kenmore neighborhoods. Another aspect of which this has alarmed me is that I've dug into the verbiage changes in the comprehensive plan for Kenmore. And it's clear that the council and staff are determined to remove single family, to remove citizen, and to remove family friendly from our city's plan. There is clearly an ideological push that is in direct conflict with Kenmore citizens whom you were all elected to represent. Bottom line, I do believe that those who vote for this should consider it the hill they are willing to risk their council position for in the next election. Lastly, for Angela, I have a list of 24 citizens from McDonald Highlands who's not affected by this. These are people signing up saying we're not for it and we're still R4. We're one of the very small neighborhoods that are still R4. You've obviously heard a lot of us come to these meetings and speak against this. So again, as I'd like to say, end it please and start over.
Drew Samuelson, followed by Cindy Victor, John King, and Eric. I cannot read your last name. I'm so sorry.
What was the first name?
Drew Samuelson. Cindy Victor, John King, followed by Eric. Thank you. You're welcome to give public comment if you would like. John King.
John King, Kenmore, just a quick comment here. Please leave R6 as is, just like we have, the lady discussed prior to me. R4 is provided to a certain community here in Kenmore as protection. That's what zoning does. It helps change areas, but also helps protect existing neighborhoods. So little confounding or conflicting ideas there that we're going to protect certain communities, but then not protect others. So on those grounds, I just ask the rezoning be rethought of and leave our R6 zoning as is and to protect our existing neighborhoods. I moved to Kenmore like many others to live in a single family house. I don't think single family houses are racist. I moved here to make that life decision. Took me many, many years to save up to do that. Thank you for your time.
Eric. Eric Possible Johnson? No? Okay. We have Dale, Alberta, followed by Melissa Pendleton, John Hendrickson, and Chris Olson.
Good evening. My name is Dale, Alberta. I've been a resident of Kenmore for the last 30 years. My wife and I have raised our family here and are proud to call this home. I'm an architect, and for over the last 35 years, I had the opportunity to lead design efforts on many large-scale planning and architectural projects throughout our region and in several other areas of the country. So as you can imagine, I've been through this process many times, albeit from the development side of the table. I'd like to start by saying that I support the effort to provide many forms of housing in our community, including the type being considered here this evening. However, after reviewing the available information described in the proposal plan, I have some significant concerns that I feel compelled to share with you. We enjoy a collection of neighborhoods in Kenmore that have evolved and matured over many decades. These neighborhoods are diverse and unique in their scale and character. In order for a plan like this to be successful, it must be responsive to the specific character and scale of each individual neighborhood. It must take into account topography, vistas, access to daylight and views, architectural context, among other considerations. A blanket rezoning would not address any of these important factors. It would lead to unintended consequences. There are many historical examples to learn from, even in our own region. Ballard, for example, instituted a rezoning strategy similar to this about 35 years ago. Saw many single-family homes replaced in random fashion by out-of-scale, out-of-character buildings that dramatically disrupted the integrity of many neighborhoods. Being these results, they reversed the zoning policy, but for many streets, the damage was done. Before this plan is approved, much more work must be done and far more specific, detailed sets of guidelines need to be in place. These guidelines need to be informed by community input and provide specific direction regarding building design standards tailored to each neighborhood. If I could leave you with one bit of advice, it would be this: take the time to do this right. Change is good if it's carefully and thoughtfully considered. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Melissa Pendleton. I live in Kenmore. Two things. One, I have been in energy and sustainability for over 15 years. It's my life's work and my career, and I strongly believe that this blanket rezoning will negatively impact our environment. I too lie awake and panic about what's to come, and I do not think that this is the right approach for our environment. Two, one thing I have not heard people talk about is bus safety. So I lived in Germany for 2 years. I took public transit literally everywhere. I love the bus. I'm not afraid to ride the bus alone. I went to random Eastern Bloc countries by myself and rode the bus. I'm afraid to ride the bus here. I walked from Safeway the other day. I went grocery shopping. My husband took the kids to eat at Jimmy John's, and I walked from Safeway to Jimmy John's. I got followed by someone, I got screamed at by someone, and someone almost jumped over the curb and hit me. This is not safe. We're all talking about how we're going to reduce cars and somehow have everybody walk, and it's not safe. In Germany, somewhere like here to Bellingham, I could get there easily by public transit. Here, I can't. I have to have a car. I'd love to put my car away for a few days, but at the end of the day, I still have to get in my car and drive to Bellingham. It's not safe. I've ridden the bus here and it's completely different. We somehow have this idolized view of what it is, and that's not. I ride it to games, and I've stood at bus stops. The bus stop in front of our neighborhood is soaked in urine and human feces and has garbage in it. This isn't safe. Until you address things like this, there's no way we can possibly say that we're going to force people to start walking and not have cars and spaces. Overall, the comments you've heard over the last weeks, I urge you all to push this back, wait, and have public input and time. Thank you.
Council John Hendrickson, Kenmore, Washington. We could achieve this increase in affordable housing units with our existing ADU legislation that's been on the books since before we were a city. All you need to do is waive the permit fees. Give an incentive for people to build ADUs in the residential neighborhoods. Otherwise, multifamily housing goes in multifamily zones, not in the single family zone. So why are we doing this? This missing middle, eliminating the single family residential neighborhoods in Kenmore. And I think if we're honest, the long game is clear. One, we want to eliminate the financial security that Kenmore retirees have in owning their homes that they had for 10, 20, 30, 50 years. These people want to stay in their houses as long as possible, and they can afford nursing care if they need to, if they can hold on to this house. Without this, that's what the purpose of this investment. That's why people work so hard for so many years to maintain it. They don't want to be a burden on their children or their family. Eliminating the single family zone will cause more sprawl. People are going to raise their kids in a single family home. It's just going to be further out. We want to eliminate the peace, the security, the low crime, superior environment for a family to raise their children. You want to eliminate an environment where children can learn to think clearly, can be responsible, can be well adjusted, do better in school and at work and in society. You understand the meaning of an honest day's work. And you also, I think, long-term, you want to create and broaden an underclass that is dependent on government handouts. It creates job security for council members, for most of you work in government jobs. Srebnick, Nigel, right? And government workers retire at 55, and people like Dave Marin makes 10 years ago was making $75,000 a year, 4 times Social Security. So there's not only deception and manipulation in this missing middle propaganda. They talk about racism, there's emotional manipulation, creating an anxiety that something is missing, a psychological manipulation that you are part of a wrongdoing, some kind of racism and segregation in Kenmore. I went back to the Planning Commission meeting on September 21st, and they were pushing, they wanted to keep character of our neighborhoods in the goals. And Debbie Benton, Lauri Sperry at 2145 pushed back and said, no, character means different people are not welcome in Kenmore. We don't want to have character.
Thank you,
in
Mr.
our
Hendrickson.
neighborhoods.
Your time is up.
Staff is pushing this. You government workers are pushing this. And you don't care about single families. You want them out.
Chris Olson.
Hello, I'm Chris Olson. I am on 62nd. I'm a resident of Kenmore. So I'm here to talk about a number of things. To start with, I would really like to see option 3 with housing elements taken for the climate action plan. I recognize that that is going to be expensive. So whatever methods we can do to pay for that is also going to need to be evaluated. I also think that that relates to many other things that we need to be taking care of in this city. I don't expect you guys to do more with less. I think that at times we need to pay for more if we want more, if we want better infrastructure, if we want sidewalks, if we want these things, we have to pay for it. I do, like Councilmember Files, request to have a dedicated, oh gosh, why am I spacing on the word for this right now? A dedicated grant application staff member, as that can have an outsized impact. On the other hand, I also do not want us to be shying away from taxes or paying for our infrastructure or recognizing the real cost to maintain our city. It is not cheap to do this stuff, period. And I think that while grants are plentiful, it's easy to get into this mindset of, oh, we can just apply for grants, but we need to recognize that there will not always be grant money. And when there is not grant money, if we are paying for a person to apply for grants, as opposed to knowing that we have that money to pay for this infrastructure, those are very different positions to be in. And it's a lot easier to plan when we know what we have coming in. And we have enough to actually pay for these things. Going on to missing middle, I obviously support it. I looked at that half mile within future transit-oriented areas, and that's about 70 to 80% of Kenmore. So I don't really think it makes sense to necessarily not do all of Kenmore, as it would potentially be unfair to that last 20%. They wouldn't see the same market impacts that other places would be seeing. Yeah, I think that's the bulk of it. I guess I would like to back up what that person was bringing up about the $90 billion for sidewalks to help connect children to schools and bike lanes and all of that. That's very important right now, and something we should be pushing for. In addition, if Sound Transit has not already decided to do this, having the BRT lanes be electric would be huge, given that probably some of the largest diesel vehicles on that roadway, and at least most frequent diesel vehicles, are buses currently. So if that can be subsidized by the federal government at no additional cost and future savings, they should absolutely be doing it. And if we can push Sound Transit to do that, that'd be fantastic. Or King County Metro, I guess both, really. Anyways, thank you.
Mayor, I have no additional individuals signed up for on-site public comment. Can we move on to virtual?
Yes.
If you are joining us virtual and you would like to give public comment, please use the raise hand function at this time. At this time, I have 7 individuals signed up. We'll start in this order: Carl Michaelman, followed by Josh Krasinka, Stacy Valenzuela, and Tracy Benesinski.
Thank you. Carl Michaelman, business owner in Kenmore, owning property, and according to Karina File, a non-resident. I had an aha moment today thinking about something. This council is trying to go ahead, and everything they're trying to do is they're trying to do for affordable housing. But the way they're going about it, it's like the dog wagging the tail. It's not going to happen. Even with the missing middle. What you're trying to do is you're trying to go ahead and get affordable housing and put it on the private sector. So I'll give you an example. One example is we had the tenants' rights that went into there. And that cost us a big dollar amount with Main Street. They pulled out of buying Jay's Cafe for the simple reason it did not pencil out. But I'm also, my aha moment was, it's just not the city of Kenmore. It is the culture of all municipalities. What's happening over here is that government keeps raising taxes and property taxes. I'll give you an example for you in Kenmore. There's a $10,000 impact fee for North Shore school system. There's also an impact fee when people are building in Kenmore. Well, here's the deal. Do you think that $10,000 or the impact fees, the developer's going to pay for that? Absolutely not. The person that's going to be paying it is the person that's buying the place. Okay? So what happens is that it's all passed on. So like for tenant rights, you gave all these rights, we could add millions and millions of dollars and affordable housing with Main Street, but they pulled out because it doesn't pencil out anymore. So this aha moment is a situation where government needs to lower their taxes, and then maybe somehow, some way that we can get affordable housing. You put in more housing, it's still going to cost 3 arms and a leg. And until the municipalities, now I didn't say Kenmore, municipalities, all of them kind of wake up and smell the roses that you're causing. The municipalities are causing the problems with affordable housing as well. And they got to step up for that. And with the city of Kenmore right now, okay, you're causing the homes that are not affordable anymore because you're throwing impact fees, North Shore's throwing, everybody's, and guess what? What's happening is it's being passed on to the consumer.
Thank you, Mr. Michelman. Josh, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Josh Kersinka. I live in Kenmore. Being an elected official carries the responsibility, duty, and obligation to listen to and protect the community you serve. We have put you in these 8 seats to make decisions on our behalf with the implicit understanding that you will listen to our thoughts, you'll hear our voices, and you will align the direction of your leadership in a manner that's consistent with where this community wants to head, even in cases like this when you may personally disagree. Tonight, you all have a choice on this council. You could acknowledge the petitions with the hundreds of signatures that have all been in opposition to this housing plan. You can acknowledge the fact that it took 2 full nights to hear our frustrated voices. You can acknowledge the hundreds of emails, and you could acknowledge that no single other issue in recent history has brought this many people to City Hall repeatedly. You should also acknowledge the fact that this community did not ask for this proposal, and the reality that the Planning Commission has not done the due diligence that it owes this community to prove that Kenmore even needs to change the zoning to reach the 3,000 new units that we're apparently on the hook to deliver over the next 18 years, keep in mind. When someone actually does the math at the city, I will not at all be surprised to find out that none of this is needed. Everyone in this audience should also listen very carefully to what happens in the next few minutes here when the vote occurs. Because if after this level of public disapproval, you hear the word yes, what you're really hearing tonight from these people is that your signatures, your thoughts, and your presence here tonight or on other nights, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, and we're going to do whatever we want to do. And we should all think about the implication of that type of leadership in our city. Tonight, they're voting to negatively impact and change the character of our neighborhoods, increase our taxes through zoning. What level of tomfoolery will come next from this council? With that in mind, I'd like to put forward a motion that this plan be abandoned entirely and that we maintain the existing zoning that built this community in the first place, where we have chosen to live in and invest in. As I stated during my last public comments, this plan does not protect or improve the quality of life of Kenmore's existing taxpaying citizens. It does not account for the impact of this type of development on the safety of our streets, our privacy, or acknowledge the simple reality that increased density leads to more affordable living is not true. This type of development at this point is very clear, costs everyone more, results in higher taxes, increases congestion, and as you heard from the architect tonight, leads to the clear degradation of neighborhood character. If you disagree, I even wrote this, go to Ballard and then come back and tell me that life is better there than in Kenmore. Please get back to building, not destroying this community. Put your resources into more log rooms, more stoops, and more hangars. Do things that unite this community.
Mr. Kersinka, your time is up. Thank you. Stacey Valenzuela.
Stacey Valenzuela, Kenmore. The August 2021 Kenmore Comprehensive Plan Survey had over 1,200 responses. Overwhelmingly, the residents had concerns about rezoning and requests for little change to density in Kenmore. The Planning Commission, after months of detailed discussions, brought forward presentation with concerns, even stating they had a hard time with staff pressuring their priorities and direction. However, they only supported missing middle along the transit corridor 1/4 mile. Still, with the confusion of the public announcement not clear on rezoning, many residents came forward confirming their concerns against higher density and the loss of single-family zoning lots to R6, now named RM, and all across the city. Kenmore already met our required density. To make a decision properly, shouldn't the count of already proposed permits for increased density be inventoried? Currently, over 1,800 units between townhouses, multifamily, affordable housing, and other are increasing the density in Kenmore. The majority of our residents request that the density for duplex and triplex should only be along the corridor of transit. The Planning Commission version is the same. This also mirrors the signed K4C community collaboration agreed upon in the commitment of Kenmore for the climate change to allow density along the transit corridor, walkability along the transit corridor, and to accelerate climate action while saving money and investing in our communities. Please listen, respect, and represent the majority of our residents who have in several ways shared that they are against increased density while protecting our resources, natural habitat, and quality of life. Residents spoke up against spending over $5 million on a new public works property for employees. Yet there is pressure to go forward spending $7 million on 3 properties. Now a proposal for a designer building for up to $40 million. We can get bids for prefab green commercial building that would be a fraction of the cost, time, and labor. And why does the city budget fall short on money designated for the top 2 priorities of affordable housing and the climate action plan? I ask you to pass either number 3 or 4 on the climate action budget. And I also ask that you look at the old firehouse again as another option. The staff actions need to align with the residents and council priorities. They need to align with their own priorities listed in the future growth of Kenmore. All actions on this rezone and budget show that the residents' concerns are being ignored and the city actions seem to proceed yet again. Please put forward the funding on the climate action plan and affordable housing are for our community first over a designer public works. Please only allow missing middle along the transit corridor. Stand for democracy, transparency,
Thank you, Ms. Valenzuela.
integrity,
Your time
and the
is
will
up.
of the people. Thank you.
Tracy Benesinski, followed by Jeffrey Pooley, Andre Gifford, and David Mayron.
Tracy Bonashinsky, Kenmore. Good evening, Council. I am deeply appreciative that you unanimously adopted Kenmore's first climate action plan in May this year. Thank you for that. Now I come before you to ask that you vote for full CAP implementation, Program 3 in your options, plus Housing and Human Services from Program 4 in your options. Financial resources and sound investments are needed to address climate change, to both reduce emissions, promote adaptation to the impacts that are already occurring, and to build resilience. The benefits that flow from these investments, however a heavy lift they might seem, and however much resistance there might be, will dramatically outweigh any upfront costs. I believe that fully funding the CAP and proposed housing and human services elements and accelerating our timeline to carbon neutrality is the courageous and visionary direction for Kenmore. The introduction to the CAP implementation program options document itself makes a strong case for full implementation. The United Nations has declared that climate change is the defining issue of our time, and we are at a defining moment. From shifting weather patterns that threaten food production to rising sea levels that increase the risk of catastrophic flooding, the impacts of climate change are global in scope and unprecedented in scale. Without drastic action today, adapting to these impacts in the future will be more difficult and costly. We do not have time to delay significant climate work any longer. Investment decisions now will determine whether we create or destroy wealth and potential paths to survival and prosperity. It may seem costly to act, but the status quo or half measures would be even more costly. After decades of warming, extreme weather and climate events such as floods, droughts, and wildfires are increasing in frequency and intensity, resulting in major costs to families, communities, and businesses. Last year alone, federal spending related to the impacts of extreme weather events amounted to more than $1,100 per taxpayer. So we pay either way. But we can recoup the investments in climate and environment in a way that we cannot when we simply respond to the aftermath of catastrophic climate events. Transitioning to a green economy and giving back to the earth through significant and meaningful restoration can unlock new economic opportunities and jobs. An analysis of studies from around the world found that dollar for dollar, clean energy and other green investments generally create more jobs in the near term than unsustainable investments. For example, ecosystem restoration creates 3.7 times as many jobs as oil and gas production per dollar, and mass transit creates 1.4 times as many jobs as road construction per dollar. One staff member can't do the work of the CAP alone. We need secure financing that allows us to do this work without relying exclusively on grants and partnerships, although I hope they are integrated as well. We need more than outreach on CAP elements. We need outreach and systematic change that will not happen if we do not prioritize it. We need an integrated approach. And I think the arguments for fully funding climate action are strong, and I know the time to do so is now. We need all hands on deck. This is it. I hope you will call for that by voting for full CAP implementation program 3, plus the housing and human services element from program 4. Thank you, as always, for your service to our community. I appreciate you.
Jeffrey Poole, go ahead. Pooley, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Excellent. Hello, thank you for the time. I wanted to show my support for, as Tracy just mentioned, the program 3 option for the climate action plan. And I just want to mention that as someone who served on the financial sustainability task force, I understand the difficult position that the city often finds itself in with limited options to increase revenue legally and economically, but I also understand that the decisions we make today will impact the liabilities that our community will face in the future. We will build up a liability by not spending today that could be insurmountable in the future. I also wanted to make a comment on the rezoning proposals. I unfortunately have not had a lot of time to review the specifics of the proposals, but I trust that the council, in their thoughtful research and understanding of the issues and the nature of our neighborhoods, will make the right decision. But I did want to express the values that I and my family have as residents of Kenmore. Specifically, we value housing diversity. We have lived in neighborhoods where there was a right side of the tracks and a wrong side of the tracks, and that's not good for children. It's not good for the neighborhoods, regardless of which side you end up living on. And so I want to make sure that I think that the integration and the broadening and opening of some of these zones to incorporate more types of housing will bring in diversity that will add richness to our neighborhoods. Obviously, we need to be thoughtful about that so that we don't give up the safety of our communities and some of the other characteristics, but we shouldn't be afraid to let the community evolve naturally as communities did for thousands of years previously. Letting communities evolve naturally will often create the best option. So opening up the regulation and not trying to be so prescriptive and gating the types of housing and the type of people that can live in our community, I think will be for the best. Also, I want to encourage all decisions about zoning and housing and infrastructure development to focus on people, not cars, and so that we can the kind of mixed use housing and focus on public transportation and walking and biking and those kinds of things are going to enable our communities to be focused on people and having those community spaces. I feel like our downtown area has become such an amazing community space, and to the extent that we can continue to encourage the kind of infrastructure that brings people together, will bring together families and options for.
Thank you, Mr. Pooley. Your
you.
time is up. Andre Gifford?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Great. Andre Giffard, Up Lake neighborhood. Some interesting comments from the gentleman that went prior to me. Personally, I take offense to the fact that I want to keep my neighborhood a single family zoning is somehow, against the diversity of the neighborhood or the population as a whole. I simply don't believe that is true at all. I very much enjoyed the meeting that I had on Saturday morning, dialing into the Coffee with Council. It was the first time that I've been able to actually have a dialogue with anybody on this issue. And what was very clear to me through that discussion, even though there are only a couple of council members on, maybe 3 at the time, is that this isn't necessary. And I think it is clearly understood at this point that this middle housing initiative simply does not meet the goals of what the city is looking to do. And furthermore, this is not something that needs to take place. There are plenty of opportunities for development through the through the downtown corridor to be able to add housing that's going to be affordable, but it's not going to be in the form of duplexes and triplexes. Please use common sense here. There have been very few comments, positively toward this. And except for perhaps the last gentleman, none of them were actually homeowners, people that are really invested within this community. So please, I urge you, do as the people want and don't allow this to go through because it makes no sense whatsoever. Thank you for your time.
David Myron, followed by Aidan Thornsberry, Emily Burnham, Juliana Pooley, and Patrick O'Brien.
Hello, this is David Barron. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
As I was co-chair of the committee that incorporated the city of Kenmore. And I can tell you that one of the primary reasons city of Kenmore was incorporated was to retain the character of their single family neighborhoods. In fact, one of the first actions of the new Kenmore City Council was to restrict what was skinny lots that were occurring in the residential neighborhoods. The zoning that's being proposed here is not necessary. You do not need this to reach your density standards. That's clear. Second, I don't know about everybody else's neighborhood, but in my neighborhood, it is diverse. Virtually every race category that I know of is present in my neighborhood. The consequences, both intended and unintended, in this triplex, duplex, and single family neighborhoods are going to be profound. Once you ring this bell, as a previous gentleman stated, you can't undo the damage that's caused. Some of the consequences are also in direct conflict with initiatives that the city is proposing. For example, you want to save the large significant trees in Kenmore, yet the duplex and triplex communities will be taken out of the residential tree protection area and use the commercial tree protection standards. I just looked at the Murphy auction project where they're going to build condominiums in downtown Kenmore. They did not leave a single tree standing. If that's not good for our residential neighborhoods. You're going to add cars to the neighborhoods that don't need to be there. The average is over 3 cars per household. It doesn't even come close to the parking that's described for these zonings. I believe that this council's heard from the community. You know what the community's view is. But I think it's important for you to, first of all, pause this project. There's more work that needs to be done, as the architect previously stated. And I also believe that the council should listen to the community, provide us an opportunity on an advisory ballot to vote and let you know what our opinion is in the community. You'll have a chance to present your side. The rest of the community will present their side, and you'll get a true picture of what this community desires. And as a previous person stated, you're here to represent us, to do what the community wants you to do. I encourage you to stop. Think this over. Thank you.
Aidan Thornsberry.
Hello, sorry, I just missed the in-person public comment, but I would like to express my support for any missing middle changes in the city of Kenmore. Although I am a young voter, I am a voter. I hope we can live in a city where not only homeowners have a voice, all voters have an equal voice in the way the city is run. I grew up in a duplex in a primarily single-family neighborhood, and it worked really well. I had lots of friends on my block, and it was not a big deal to have, right? Light went out. It was not a big deal at all to have a duplex, single family homes, triplexes, all in the same neighborhood. I think it fosters community. As others said, for thousands of years, communities have grown naturally through gradual change of the city's character. I think stopping everything at single family is not the right way to go. I also want to mention that I take the bus every single day. I think we have a great bus routes near 522. I take the 372. It's frequent. You can rely on it. The idea that there's no transit in Kenmore is false. We have grocery stores. We have transit that take me to the University of Washington every single day. Yeah, I urge the city council to pass and any missing middle changes for the future of the city. Thank you.
Emily Burnham.
Yes, hi, thanks for letting me speak. I'm just going to ramble, excuse me in advance, but I am very environmentally biased, and as it stands, I do not support the missing middle. I think that it does, if there is a reason, if at the end of all these comments, the missing middle does serve a purpose to find out what the focus is in the public's eye of what needs to be added. Personally, I live on a dead-end street, and in the last 3 years, without the missing middle or the zoning, I have heard so much building going on of residential houses, apartments, multiplexes, and I agree with one of the previous speakers. It's happening anyway, and I don't think that it should be encouraged. I would hate to see this pave the way for the next zoning, which would creep up into our very unique wooded natural habitat. I mean, we've already lost many of our tree canopy, and I know that whenever I speak, I focus on trees, but I would just want to say that it's not the trees. The tree is a symbol of a healthy ecosystem, which goes above and beyond the tree itself and under the ground into microorganisms, which also affects our groundwater, which I feel like even though it's been cleared by our environmental people on this project, I just can't see how adding all this asphalt, and for each of those, I know some people take the bus, but let's face it, most people have 2 cars per household, and those cars drip oil, and the impact of those extra cars on the street with all the rain that we get, that goes into the streams and into the water where our salmon are spawning. It just doesn't seem like a great idea. What else? I +1 a lot of the other comments that people have made. If the missing middle could go back to the drawing board, like the previous architect said, I think it's time to not mimic the developments of other cities, because let's face it, this is what's got us in this environmental impact anyway. It's time to be creative and take our time, get more people involved, more public involved, and think outside of the proverbial box in terms of looking around the globe to see what is conducive to community and sustainability in an environmentally environmentally prioritized way. There's so much more I could say, but I'll leave it at that. Thanks, everyone.
Juliana Pooley, followed by Patrick O'Brien. Juliana.
Hello. Thank you so much, City Council and City staff, for all of your diligence and thoughtfulness and service that you offer to our community. I've spent over 25 years of my mid-30s life in Kenmore. I grew up here. I am a product of Kenmore Elementary. It was Kenmore Junior High, Inglemore. And then I went away for college and grad school and early career. And it was time for me to look around at all the different states I had lived in. One of the things that kept coming back to me is how much I valued not just the diversity, but specifically the housing diversity of Kenmore. My graduate work is in housing and community development. And in contrary to some previous comments, I will absolutely insist that housing diversity only breeds, supports, and begets more social and community diversity. And it is not just about race, it's about income, it is about ableism, it's about employment, it is about all of our social and economic factors. And specifically when my young family and I purchased a house in Kenmore, we are current residents and homeowners. One of the reasons we picked Kenmore was because of the housing diversity and because we did research on the city of Kenmore housing plans. We listened to meetings before about a house, and there seemed to be this up and coming emphasis on affordable housing and building up the walkability of downtown. And I saw new duplexes being built that, you know, weren't there a decade before when I was in school, and it's exciting. I grew up in Kenmore in a single family home, and I saw both the best and the most beautiful and ugliest side of the elitism of some of the big mansions to the more modest mobile home parks. And I love so many of the beautiful things of single family homes, but my goodness, there can be a very NIMBY elitist undertone there. And I don't think that any of our good neighbors necessarily want that, but collectively, when you get too much of the same sort of behavior and house and income together, it naturally breeds. And I currently live in a single family home that across the street, there are apartments and condos, and I love it. My children love it. And I am happy that the North Shore School District that my daughter attends has that housing diversity. And I just want to emphasize, I participated in previous meetings for the last 2 years in Kenmore. I participated on the DEI task force, and contrary to some other comments, there has been ongoing discussion about the need for Kenmore to expand its housing, its density. So even though we're not hearing a lot tonight, I know this is a value that has been coming up for years. And I don't think we can talk about the climate crisis internationally without talking about climate change and climate refugees. So of course we need more housing. Thank you.
Patrick O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien, you are muted.
Hi there, Pat O'Brien, Kenmore, Washington. Congratulations. You have now experienced what it's like to live on 181st Street with the amount of smoke we had over the weekend. That is what it's like to be trapped in your house with the asphalt plant going. And although we spent $100,000 with Cascade Law Group, we have had no effective change in their pollution. In fact, the cement plant was running at all hours on Saturday night, 2 o'clock in the morning. They're running the front end loaders. We have no city oversight of that operation. If you wanted to call somebody, you'd have to call the police, and they would tell you that's not their department. So you folks better find some cure for that, because the asphalt plant will run, and they will run during a burn ban. They just don't care. And as far as the missing middle, my golly, these people, there's only one way you're allowed to discriminate in this country, and that's by money. That's it, money. They teach you that in real estate. Discrimination happens because some people have money and some people don't. And my question is, if we've got 20,000 people here now, and we have 4 times more density as you're proposing, we're going to have 60,000 people in Kenmore. And the mere fact that a piece of plywood is over $100 and the interest rate's 7% means that there are people who are not going to be able to buy any kind of housing. And that's sad, but that doesn't mean that you need to pack us in like rats into the neighborhood and have the overspill down the hill. This is a ridiculous thing to pursue. And the gentleman said, oh yes, I want my child to walk to school. Well, with all the people released from prisons and perverts out there, no parent in the right mind would let their toddler walk home from school. Excuse me, you're going to go pick them up and make sure that nothing happens to them. So just stow that idea. So I really don't know where to get off with you guys, but Angela, I'm asking you to flip your vote, do the right thing, and help the people that put you into office seek a response to this wholly unpopular idea of the missing middle. It's not affordable under our current circumstances, and you certainly don't have the infrastructure to support it. Thank you.
Mayor Herbig, I have no additional hands raised at this time.
Okay. Next on the agenda is the consent agenda. The chair would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved. Councilmember File. Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? The consent agenda stands approved. Next is the business agenda. First item, comprehensive plan and development regulation amendments presented by Community Development Director Debbie Bent and Principal Planner Lauri Anderson.
Good evening, Council. We don't have a staff presentation this evening. This evening, we're here to get answer any questions you may have and hear your policy direction on the comprehensive plan and missing middle housing rezoning. Since Council direction was to expand the allowance for missing middle housing throughout the R6, that necessitated a public hearing. You've had the public hearing. Staff has compiled all the public comments received. You've received a matrix along with a staff response. In the agenda bill, we've outlined a couple of options for proceeding, but again, this is up to Council. So that's all I have to say this evening, and we're both here to answer your questions. Thank you.
Questions, comments? Councilor Baker, do you have a question?
Yeah, no comment. That I said before, we're elected to make tough decisions, but we're also elected to listen to the people. And I think we have to do a much better job in listening to the people. And I do not really see anything affordable in this missing middle. I see it as a wholesale zoning change in our community that will forever change the character of our community.
Councilor File.
Thank you. You know, I was looking at the different elements and taking a look at, two different map versions. Really, I'm tending towards liking and going towards the Planning Commission recommendation map with the 0.25 within transit corridors. And the reason for that is we took a pretty strong position with state legislation to have local control in relation to dense housing and transportation corridors. I would hate to have the state preempt and take action ahead of us. And I would want to make sure we have the ability to protect and preserve our environment. And I believe we can do that with the softer approach. I also want to kind of address some of the environmental concerns I've heard from community. It's very clear in the plans that you can't build in steep slopes, sensitive areas, and can't encroach upon those spaces. So I feel comfortable and confident that we would not be issuing a lot of variances for building within these spaces. And I want to make sure I'm heard very firmly, I would not support soft approaches on variances. Other than that, I do want to talk about parking a little bit. I know the parking concerns for downtown is to reduce parking, but we also have to be careful about how we do that. And looking at the state approach, it's what, 1 car per unit. And the approach in the documents I saw is 0.75. Yes. We would see some street crowding, right? We will see some of that. If we don't think about how we're going to look to how we solve the encroachment issues on road cars parking on roads. We're also not looking to what it is like for pedestrians walking throughout the community. I can remember a few years ago where a couple young kids came to City Hall and talked about how they were sixth graders and not taller than a car yet. And I think about our sixth graders and our younger children getting off buses, those middle schoolers, and the kids who navigate through our community, let alone our community who's not so mobile. And so I just want to make sure we're continuing our goals. And I know that we have goals towards improving outcomes throughout our community for multimodal routes of transportation, that's sidewalks and crosswalks. And I feel confident about that. Some concerns I've also heard are we going to have sidewalks in front of these? And I know that's part of the development plan. I'd rather share those development costs and have developer or a landowner, be adding to our infrastructure than putting the pressure on the back of our taxpayers to develop the infrastructure first. That's a big burden for our taxpayers who just received notices in the mail. So for that reason, I'm going to lean towards the Planning Commission map with the 0.25 transportation corridor routes. Thank you.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yeah, I have a similar set of comments to Councilmember File. When I joined the Planning Commission 24 years ago and stayed on it for, I think, 6 years at that point, I have to agree with Dave Marin, who spoke, the number one issue was preserving the character of single family neighborhoods. And what does that mean to me? I mean, that's, something that I ran on the first time, second time. And I've always described that as the look and feel of single family neighborhoods, the buildings. I actually do think staff did a great job of the development regulations in terms of how buildings like duplexes, triplexes would be built in order to have the look and feel of those structures fit into the neighborhoods. I actually do think the development regulations help ensure that. That said, I have to agree with the presenter and the community when, they basically, both the presenter that, wrote the missing middle book, developed the whole concept, and the Planning Commission and the community basically all said the same thing, which is you need to have the pedestrian infrastructure concurrent with development of duplex, triplex, and any other missing middle. So for that reason, I would have to concur that we don't have the pedestrian infrastructure, most of our city. We have pockets of it far away from transit. We have better pedestrian infrastructure very close to transit, which was one of the reasons that one of the major reasons that the Planning Commission recommended the quarter mile. The other reason, one of the other reasons, was because within that quarter mile, you have a higher probability of people being able physically to make that walk to transit. We have big hills. So if you get much past a quarter mile, many people are not going to want to or be able to make that walk. And so if they're not, then you're going to have more cars. And the whole point of missing middle is not to increase cars, but just to allow another form of housing. So again, for that additional reason, I think the quarter mile radius makes sense. And I would actually say quarter mile where we have the pedestrian infrastructure. So I might be willing to entertain that modification as well.
Councilor Marshall.
Yes, so I can't support the Planning Commission's recommendation because it doesn't go far enough in providing what Council Member Shremnick referred to as the infrastructure, meaning our safe sidewalks. And Also in light of the, at least, I think by my unofficial count, 40 members of our community who historically came out here and told us that the plan as conceived now is not going to work for Kenmore. I sincerely believe we want to try and preserve our single family neighborhoods as much as possible. We need to provide at least walkability to transit. Okay, that was at least somewhat provided for in the Planning Commission plan, but equally as important as the second element, I think that infrastructure, that sidewalk infrastructure and crosswalk infrastructure that's going to be needed. I also think that the missing middle is not going to work without solid parking enforcement and better that's been proposed in the Planning Commission plan. I also believe that this would be simply increased density and development without environmental protection or sufficient environmental protection. So I can't support it. And in light of the many reasons, certainly not all the reasons that were stated by a very few members, I think, of the community who spoke on it, but by the majority of the people who spoke in favor of preserving single family and against the missing middle, I do support their reasons as well. So I could not support the Planning Commission proposal. I think that we ought to reject the missing middle altogether in the exhibit. In the attachment, in the attachment 7 in the revised zoning map, attachment 6, and it also appears in attachments 4 and 3 in the land use and the housing development. So I think we ought to reject the missing middle and scour those for the missing middle and not accept it at all. Thank you.
Councilmember File.
Yeah, just for some clarity and just because I have a question, there are really two maps. There's a map where it's expanding missing middle to all of R6 that would make it RM, or the Planning Commission's map, which is within a quarter mile, the 0.25 of a mile, that's connected to transportation corridors and walkable routes. So I'm needing some clarification. Which map is he talking about specifically?
Thank you. I reject both. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kugler.
I have a bunch of different notes that I wrote about this topic. So, I mean, you all know on the council and anyone who's watched the meetings, I am a supporter of duplexes and triplexes. I've lived in them myself. I've lived in neighborhoods with them. I think they can coexist in single family neighborhoods. At the same time, I really do believe in listening to the community, and I absolutely appreciate them coming out and speaking up on this topic. Like, I think that public engagement is essential for us to have a strong democratic system. And I hear what they're saying. They are concerned about, you know, a mass change across our city, which I understand. You know, once the decision is made, it is left up to the market, and we don't have control over the market. Duplexes and triplexes and missing middle housing in general are not a panacea for our housing affordability problem, our housing problem in general. It actually isn't intended to be an affordable option. It's to provide options for people at different levels, different sizes, you know, variety. And I think it does do that. I think at the same time, there are also a lot of different types that we haven't talked about yet, like live work housing, cottage communities, courtyard communities. You know, our city can have different types of housing in different places. And this was just an incremental step towards that. But I think if the community is interested in being part of that conversation, I'd welcome that. I would welcome us extending that conversation and plan and having them involved in that for the vision of where our city goes. So, I mean, I've been thinking about, like, what if we extended the decision? Like, what does that mean for our community? What could we do as a council? Like, we could provide more awareness and communication about our planning decisions, get people more involved in our housing plan and vision for the city. We could refine locations for duplexes and triplexes, and also other types of housing types that we haven't even talked about yet. We could also consider conditional uses in areas. I like the ideas that someone brought up about design standards in different parts of, in different neighborhoods. And I'm open to an advisory vote. I would love to hear what the majority of people think in our community. So those are my thoughts.
Deputy Mayor.
Councilmember Kugler, thank you for making the points that you've made. They were, several were things that I was thinking myself. I'm going to start here, and I'm just going to say that at the root of, at least for my part, supporting, extending missing middle housing to R6 was not, was with the intent of eliminating exclusionary housing. In my view, that did not mean missing middle neighborhoods, I mean, single family neighborhoods. Like Councilmember Shrebnick, I consider the feel of single family neighborhoods to be able to accommodate duplexes and triplexes. And based on my understanding of neighboring communities that have expanded missing middle type housing, in particular duplexes and triplexes, the market has not had much demand. In Kirkland, in an 18-month, longer period, I think it was about a 3-year period, 3 permits for duplexes and triplexes were issued in a city that is 4 times the size of Kenmore. That said, and I do have to say, I think that this community would like to ultimately demonstrate its commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, and our history of exclusionary housing with something that, in my view, and why I supported the expansion, would be a low impact to our current neighborhoods. That said, our community matters, your voices matter. I've said that over and over again at council meeting and council meeting and council meeting on the campaign trail when I was elected. I meant it. I think, like Councilmember Kugler, there is a potential path towards something better than what we proposed, and a way to get towards a place where there's more mutual understanding of the direction we need to go. Washington State is going to be increasing by 2 million people in the next 20 to 30 years. The impacts on Kenmore, the fears and things that have been discussed, they're going to be happening. What can we do to increase housing and maintain community? What is it that we can do? We're going to have to work together, and we need to work together in short time. But at this time, I've got one more point that I wanted to make. Let me go back. The housing crisis is real. The environmental crisis is real. I ran on 3 things: climate action and environmental stewardship, sustainable development, community, and equity. Those were the items that I strongly support. And that's another reason why I have supported this direction up to this point. We are going to have to make big decisions about how we're going to address the housing crisis. Deferring this decision today, the reason I support it is I think we do need community involvement. I've heard great ideas from members of our community, and several that Councilmember Kugler clarified here. I believe, and one thing that I do feel deferring is a risk for our community and everyone needs to hear, and this is very true, there are risks to losing local control. Our state is about to pass statewide missing middle type housing, and it's going to have an impact, and it's going to be broader than what we have brought before you. And we're going to have less control about the style and types of neighborhoods that, and types of houses that can be built in our neighborhoods that we could put in place today. This is not a simple decision. It's nuanced. But in order to make a nuanced decision, I think we need to bring our community in. I'm so excited to see you here. We're going to have much bigger things to do in our community. Much bigger things. We are living in a world where your voices matter. You need to show up. Show up at these meetings. I was sitting here going, golly, I don't want to hear this every week, but I do. Okay, I do. I have to hear what you think. We make better decisions when you're involved. Okay, so show up. You're here. Keep going. And I want to thank every brave voice that stood in support of this, especially those that spoke in council chambers, because that had to be really hard. A lot of people do not support this move at this time. But I do think each of your voices matter. I'm thankful to be where we are today, that you are here. We have a crisis, multiple crises, but the one of housing is one that this council is here to help address. But we need you to be involved to get us to the highest decision. And please understand, as we are moving forward, what we're talking about, we don't want, I had a fear that there's this feeling that we want to eliminate single family housing. That is not the case. It's about expanding a type of housing availability. And so it was really meant in good intentions. And we're not talking to developers, I promise. There's no hidden agenda in the back way. We're all up here. We're community members like you who have run for public office to serve and do our best. So thank you.
One of the downsides or upsides of being mayor is that traditionally you're supposed to go last, which means many of my points have already been stated by Councilmembers Kugler and Srebnick and the deputy mayor. Nobody on council ran for council in the city they live in because they want to make the city worse. We don't give up our Monday nights to ruin the city. That's not why we're here. As the deputy mayor said, the housing crisis is very real. I saw a statistic a month ago, or maybe a little bit longer, that showed that Washington State is the least housed state in the country. We have less dwellings per family unit than any other state. And we've seen the results of that, not just in Kenmore, but regionally with housing prices. Supply and demand are real things. And when there's a lack of supply, we have seen demand go through the price of housing go through the roof. I know that housing prices have softened a little bit in the last month or so with mortgage rates going up. But I was just, before I came to the meeting, I was poking around on Redfin, just, what is the cheapest single family house that you can purchase in Kenmore? And the cheapest one I was able to find was $675,000. Which sounds cheap in this market, but in reality would require an income in the neighborhood of, I think, even with a 20% down payment, a household income of around $168,000 with the current mortgage rates where they are. There are no starter houses in Kenmore. There are no houses that, my parents, when they were 23, purchased a house in Wallingford for $32,000, working in for a bar, working for Dante's. That's not the reality we live in anymore. That housing doesn't exist. As my colleagues have said, this was never an attempt to build affordable housing. This was an attempt to offer different types of housing and maybe some slightly more attainable housing. What we're proposing, or what was proposed, would have been subject to stronger tree protections than our current single family zones. They would have been subject to the exact same environmental restrictions as new single family homes. The buildings would have in fact been smaller than what's currently allowed for new single family homes. And we expect, and actually, the staff projection was that we might see 150 or 200 over some chunk of time. After looking at the Kirkland data, I think that's probably really high. We were attempting to add some variety through the city in ways that would respect the neighborhoods. I used to deliver papers, and as the paper boy, you really get to know your neighborhood really well, because you have to go and collect everybody's monthly subscription fee. And to do that, you have to walk up to every door that exists and knock and try to talk people into giving you the $2 or whatever it is for the weekly newspaper. And growing up, I had no idea that there were duplexes and triplexes in the neighborhood I lived in until I went to go collect my first round of subscriptions, and I noticed, oh, there's a second mailbox here, or, oh, there's a second door there. These houses operate and have as much of an impact, frankly, as a single family home. Instead of a new development being built here where they take a home that maybe is at the end of its life and it gets replaced with the most profitable thing they can do in a single family zone, which is build a 3,000 square foot box that gets sold for $1.5 million new. Maybe what we would get out of this would be 2 units that might be affordable around $800,000, which is still not cheap. I don't think anybody here was trying to say that this would build affordable housing. But I do want to reassure all of you, and Deputy Mayor already said this, we do appreciate everybody coming out. We were listening. I tend to fall towards where Councilmember File is. I think I would probably, at this point, support the Planning Commission's recommendation. But I do appreciate what we've heard from everybody. I do appreciate, if council does decide that they want to delay things and find ways to get folks more involved, I think that could be an admirable thing for us to do. Any other questions, comments? We need to give directions. So, Councilmember File.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. One question for our attorney, for our public who's listening online and here today or may watch later. There have been a number of recommendations from community to have an advisory vote, but there are limitations by the law. Could you clarify that for our community?
Yes, I have to unpack a lot from that question. So the Growth Management Act, or the GMA, requires cities to adopt comprehensive plan amendments per state law process. This city has adopted regulations which outline what those amendment steps are, which you have gone through, including public participation, that's a requirement, including planning commission review, public hearings. Ultimately, of course, the council makes the decision on comprehensive plan amendments and development regulations under the GMA. So the unpacking part is where you are right now. So in an ideal world, if the council was saying, we're interested in an advisory vote, you could try to build that into your public participation program, because that's just an additional step to hear what the public has to say, much like a public hearing. That's the ideal world. The timing now is, if you can't have an advisory because you've already passed the November deadline, of course. So timing wise, for these comprehensive plan amendments, you couldn't have one just because of timing. You can, of course, dictate what the scope of those amendments are. Clearly, that's what you're doing today with direction to staff. So yes, you can have one, but there has to be a timing and procedural step plan to be able to fold that into your adopted procedures.
And then ultimately, the state has restrictions about making a decision based off of an advisory plan for voting on zoning, for example.
So your code, yes, the GMA says you need to adopt GMA comprehensive plan amendments and development regulations a certain way. Your code echoes those requirements. And you have in fact adopted criteria in Title 19 that says any comprehensive plan amendments have to meet this. And development regulations, same section, also have to follow this. So yes, you have required decision criteria that have to be met. But the earlier question was about an advisory vote, and that could be a part of public participation. You could factor that in, but ultimately you must comply with your own code on how you make your decision.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that.
Clarify it too. I was reading through the staff packet and I think I heard this elsewhere, but zoning decisions aren't subject to initiative or referenda. Is that correct? And that's state law?
That is correct. So actually that's from many court decisions. Courts have stated that when a city council is delegated the authority to make a decision, which has been done under the GMA, that GMA comprehensive plan ordinances and zoning ordinances are not subject to referendum, which again, your code echoes. When you adopted initiative and referendum, you exempted those ordinances.
Thank you. Okay, so the last question I really have is for you both. As we're supposed to direct our comments to staff, you know, why these are opportunity housing and option types, there really isn't anything that says there's affordable. We might be able to get some more affordability, and that's called opportunity housing at 80% of the mean. But there's nothing that precludes us from taking some measure to ensure some greater affordability. And that could be work we decide to do later, or work we aim to do, but there are pathways like we saw in the presentation to creating affordable housing and affordable home ownership, whether it's with subsidies that usually don't get you down too low, might get you to 60% of the mean, affordable housing land trust, or tax incentives. I'd really like to see some workforce housing here. We really just don't have enough of it. I think this is one way to work towards our goals. Obviously, it's not every development, but we could work with partners who might have interest in that. And I would encourage it. But we have to do more to ensure that we can have first-time home ownership. And then that also allows those new first-time home buyers to be adding to the tax revenue base. They're supporting, they're invested in the community, and that's good for Kenmore. And the same with the high density housing down in the downtown corridor. Absolutely, we really have to start investing in workforce housing. That 45 to 60% of the mean is not being hit in our community, and we're hearing about it over and over again. So I just want to make sure we can find pathways in some approach, but I absolutely thank you for your time and consideration. I know this has been hard work, and I really appreciate our planning commission because this was a really difficult discussion and it's really hard. These are hard decisions, and appreciate the time.
Councilor Marshall.
Thanks. So we do already allow duplexes and triplexes by some special permit under our existing code. I think if we, no, is that the case? I thought I asked that once and it was answered in the affirmative.
The current code allows townhouses, and they are defined differently than duplexes and triplexes. And so we do not currently allow duplexes and
Thank you.
triplexes.
Okay, thank you. But townhouses. All right. So we have townhouses. We did pass over my objection ADUs, both attached and detached. So this council, I think, can be proud of having gone a long way in furthering different housing options. I think for our lack of infrastructure right now, we should be progressive. And by that, I mean that as a progressive council, we believe in local government. We believe government can work. It can fund the infrastructure first before we create a situation where we have too much density. I think that's what progressive means in this context, in this situation. I don't think that the Planning Commission plan is going to work in terms of the environment. There's not enough protections. There's not enough infrastructure right now. There's not enough rules and amenities for code enforcement that we have in our existing downtown density. So for those reasons and for all the great reasons, for the vast majority of the ones that our citizens mentioned, I move to that the council reject the missing middle housing code amendments and the final revised zoning map. That's attachments 7 and 6, and reject the missing middle housing code amendments as they are reflected or may be reflected in attachments 3 and 4 of this business agenda item A tonight.
For lack of a second, the motion fails. Deputy Mayor.
I have a question, a comment, and one other thing. First, my first question, I was not here last week, and I'm not sure if this question was answered before our community, and I believe it is a legal question. If we were to pass missing middle in the quarter-mile zone, would communities within that zone with covenants that protect them from duplexes and triplexes be affected?
We can answer that, or the city attorney can, but I think the bottom line is that Washington case law has determined that the city can neither enforce or overturn covenants, private covenants. Those are something that private parties, generally a homeowners association, enforce, and the city zones for all property. And then if there are private covenants enforced by a private organization or agency, then those are take the place of the zoning. I don't know if the city attorney has something to add.
I think that was an excellent summary.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I think that's really important for some of our community members to be aware of. The next question, my next comment just has to do with infrastructure. One thing when we talk about infrastructure is we're looking, what I've been hearing in comments has a lot to do with what we see here today. But I do want to share from my time on the council, the longer I've gotten to know our staff and the direction that we've been moving with our planning, a lot of what's being asked for is already taking place. You just can't see it yet. So we are building the infrastructure and incremental steps like the types of housing that we've been proposing. I genuinely believe we are on pace to be able to absorb. But on another note, I do have a motion that I'd like to make. I would like to defer this discussion into 2023 as when we go into talking about cottage housing and other styles of housing to ensure our community has more time to engage and be a part of this process as they have so vocally expressed.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further
I
discussion?
apologize, I missed the motion. If it could be restated.
Can you reread your motion?
I was actually going to ask Deputy Mayor O'Kane if she could repeat the motion herself.
I will do my best. The motion is to defer conversation on duplexes and triplexes into 2023 when we discuss cottage housing and other missing middle elements as the council has requested already.
All right, we have a motion, a second discussion. Councilmember Shrevenick.
Mr. Mayor, may I just,
yes,
for clarification, the request for deferral, is that the same as removing from the proposed comprehensive plan amendments for this year?
Yes, thank you.
Councilor Shumnick.
Yeah, I appreciate the sentiment, and I believe strongly in the, citizen input, and I actually feel like we've gotten a tremendous turnout on this issue over the last 6 weeks or so. I think we've heard from literally hundreds of residents, and that coupled with the several hearings or several meetings that the Planning Commission had public comment in, and the written comment, and the survey that I think we got responses from 1,200 people. I actually think it's been pretty clear, the response, pretty unidirectional. Against expanding to the full R6. I mean, there have been some very brave souls, and I really appreciate them turning out to speak in favor. But I actually think we've heard a pretty clear response. So for that reason, I'm not in favor of deferring. What I do know is that cottage housing in Kirkland, I know this sounds like a non sequitur, but it isn't. Cottage housing in Kirkland has been somewhat more popular, and I know we'll be talking about that in 2023, among other missing middle options. And I look forward to continued public input as we move into discussions of those other options. But I actually think for duplex, triplex, we've heard from community.
Any further discussion? Councilmember File.
Thank you. I also really appreciate the sentiment. The schedule is already set for next year for having this discussion, so there really isn't any deferment to be had. It sounds nice, but it's off point. And our community has been very clear over the last weeks, and in emails and meetings, taking a softer approach and pulling back to the recommendation of put forth by the Planning Commission to be within 0.25 miles of transportation is a good soft city approach. And it definitely pulls back from, just jumping in and going pretty citywide. And I think we're pretty clear on those points. Our community needs to be able to follow this issue along more. And many probably want to attend the public hearing tomorrow for the Planning Commission on TOD input, I would think. So for that reason, I can't support the recommendation, the motion.
Mayor Herbig, Councilmember Baker has his hand raised.
Councilmember Baker.
Yes. There's a problem here with the internet and the distance. Did Councilmember Marshall make a motion? And if he did, could I please hear it?
He did, but we're discussing a motion from from Deputy Mayor right now to delay to next year.
Okay, so let's finish with the Deputy Mayor. Then I would love to hear Councilmember Marshall's motion, please.
Any further discussion on the Deputy Mayor's? Councilmember Kugler?
Well, I think that we have heard from a lot of our residents in the past 6 weeks. I feel like because of the speed at which the conversation shifted from what the Planning Commission recommended to what we were discussing was pretty dramatic. And that happened over the course of one meeting. So I feel like a lot of our community members felt sort of like thrust into the conversation really quickly, and that it would behoove us to have more time, because I don't feel like I have a very clear sense of what their feelings are when it comes to the Planning Commission recommendation, because we were already talking about all of R6. So for those reasons, I'm supportive of delaying it. I feel like I could use more time to kind of extract it and come up with a more nuanced approach.
Councilor Marshall?
Yeah, I think for the reasons previously stated, I would be against deferral because I think the community's voice was clear that the missing middle measures should be rejected in their entirety at this point.
Yeah, and I actually don't think I support delaying right now, in part because our planning commission's docket is already set for next year, and this would have to go back through the planning commission process.
But
Again,
I would like to second that motion.
we're not there yet, council member. Would, sorry, question for staff. Would this have to go back through the full planning commission process?
Yes, because based on your motion, which was clarified, it would defer discussion to 2023, which also includes removal of reference in the comprehensive plan.
Councilmember Shrubnik?
I have maybe just a clarifying question. Since we are talking about missing middle in 2023, albeit for other forms, let's pretend we decided to go with the Planning Commission's recommendation now. I'm just saying that's a hypothetical, or some relative of it. Could we expand that duplex triplex zoning to R6 in the future? I mean, nothing precludes us from having future discussions about this, right?
No, it doesn't, but you need to have the policy set in the comprehensive plan
Yeah.
first
Right.
to implement the regulations. So if you remove all reference to missing middle, then you would also have to have a comprehensive plan policy that supports
Yeah,
missing
understood.
middle housing, including cottage housing. So you can't do cottage housing. without
I
the
understand that wasn't my question, though. My question was, if we actually pass something this round on missing middle for a more restrictive area, could we in 2023 or future years simply expand the area?
You could, again, it depends on what is in the comprehensive plan land use map. If you have the using your hypothetical for allowing duplexes and triplexes within a quarter mile, if the comprehensive plan land use map also had that allowance within a quarter mile, in order to expand it, you would need a comprehensive plan amendment as well.
Right, but we can do that annually.
You can amend the comprehensive plan annually. Yes.
Right, okay.
Deputy Mayor?
I think I have a question for clarity. I two things. I think I have two things here. My motion wasn't intended to remove missing middle from the comprehensive plan altogether. Did I hear someone say that that's what they understood?
Yes, because I think the city attorney asked for that clarification.
Yeah, I didn't mean in its entirety. I meant for this period, like what we're voting on. Okay, maybe I misinterpreted. I do want to state that the reason that I thought that it was appropriate to move forward in 2023 and give further consideration to duplex and triplex housing is we have talked about it a lot. We've had a lot of people in our community say they're not ready yet. They as Councilmember Kugler said, they felt this was thrust upon them and they had an understanding of the impacts, or will need to have a better understanding of what our council is working on. When we chose to expand to R6, which we recognize the community is adamantly against, at that time, we were having a discussion on the dais about why not add cottage and other types of mat housing at this time. I say that we have already done plenty of work in this council, which would be the same council deciding in a year, and our community, which has been involved in this and will hopefully be more involved at the time that this comes up again when we talk about cottage and other types of housing. If by chance duplexes and triplexes make the cut, so maybe we don't have to make it specific, but if they make the cut, I certainly think it's important to give them further consideration because I do think they are a possibility, a good fit for our community. We're not there right now. That was actually my intention behind the motion. The intention behind the motion was, I don't think today is the time to make a decision to add duplexes and triplexes to the plan. I genuinely don't. Our community has made its voice heard. I would love to be able to move forward with something, but I don't think our community is ready at this time. So I may have been more in support of what Councilmember Marshall proposed, but I think you went a little further than where I was willing to go. Okay, so I personally don't think we should be moving forward with duplexes and triplexes at this time.
Quick question for staff. If the deputy mayor's intention was to table the policy for the year, but talk about it next year, is there a way to do that? Is there a way mechanically to do that by keeping some things in the comprehensive plan, but not actually passing the underlying policies to enact the zoning changes?
It's kind of the opposite question.
Okay.
If you wish to remove the zoning code amendments for duplexes and triplexes, they would no longer be permitted. If you wish to amend the zoning map so that it reads R6, they would not be permitted in the R6 zone. If you take the comprehensive plan map and remove all references to medium density residential, then you would have to go through a comprehensive plan amendment next year before you could address any type of missing middle housing. As an alternative, you could leave the medium density residential in the comprehensive plan map at whatever area you want it. And then you would have the policy basis to come back in 2023, potentially without a comprehensive plan amendment, but to review all types of missing middle housing.
And would doing it that way keep it from clogging up the planning commission's docket?
Probably not, but so next year, transportation element, climate action element, there are a number of elements. We have to address the housing element anyway because of some state guidance that's coming our way. So that comprehensive plan amendment is tentatively scheduled for the middle of next year, but it can be once a year and there's no time constraint on when that adoption occurs. So it could be later in the year.
Councilor File?
Yes, so we could consider just adopting like the planning commission map or the alternative and setting things aside. That's one understanding I think we have before us. Is that not right? Okay, and then the next question is if we move forward with O'Kane's, Councilmember O'Kane's, pardon me, Deputy Mayor O'Kane's recommendation, how would that impact all the work that's been done in the planning commission level on affordable housing, the TOD, and the work that is supposed to follow this?
I really think that you need to be clear on what you want in the comprehensive plan. Maybe start there. Is what would you like to see in the comprehensive plan land use map? And what flexibility would you like going forward? So you need to decide on what area you want to allow missing middle housing in the future. You can define it narrowly or broadly. And then the implementation measures follow that direction. So you can define it, you can say we don't want anything in there, that's fine. That means then any future direction on missing middle housing will require a comprehensive plan amendment. You could define an area like a quarter mile in the comprehensive plan land use map, and you could defer discussion of where that's implemented to a future date. You could also on the comprehensive plan land use map expand that area broadly, and then the implementation could still have an incremental approach, whether it's for duplexes, triplexes, or cottage housing. The comprehensive plan policy is set. That would then mean that the council then has the discretion to look at the implementing zoning. So there is a choice, but I would certainly say that the zoning follows the comprehensive plan. And that's why staff is pushing for clarity on the motion that Deputy Mayor O'Kane made.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane, do you want to maybe? Yeah, I think we should clarify, because I think what the Deputy Mayor wanted and what maybe was then agreed that the motion was maybe aren't lined up completely. So could we maybe get some clarity from the Deputy Mayor on the motion? Yes.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
I think parliamentary procedure requires that once there is a motion and it is read by the chair, that it is the council's motion, not the maker of the motion. And so if the deputy clerk can read that motion, that is actually the motion before the council, not what was the intent of the maker.
Yes, thank you.
The motion is to defer conversation of duplexes and triplexes into 2023 when we go into talking about cottage housing and other missing middle elements, as council has requested already.
Right, so that was the motion, but mechanically that could mean some different things on the comprehensive plan.
So where does my question fall in this?
When we're done with this motion, council member. I
Okay.
apologize. We're stuck in kind of.
Perhaps a motion to amend.
Sure. Deputy Mayor, would you like to maybe make a motion to amend to clarify your motion? Okay.
Are you going to?
Councilor Shrubnik.
I have something very, well, no, I'll let Councilmember Shrubnik go first. I just, I'm afraid where I'm going is a little too broad, so I'd be happy to have someone else.
I was going to try an amendment. I'll give it a go. I think the amendment would be to, maybe I'm not. Have the comp plan amendment reflect the potential, the allowance for missing middle within the quarter mile. And of course, I'd be open to amendments of that, but within the quarter mile. And of course, that's the amendment. That's what I'm proposing as the amendment. And I understand that now, I'm commentating to mean that we would have the comp plan piece, but that there would be no development regulations at this point to go with that implementation, and that discussion of implementation would be deferred till 2023. So that's my attempt.
And just, I think I understand that. I'm joking.
We have a motion. Do we have
I'll
a second?
second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Attorney has a,
Yes, she told me what she needed to say. Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the amendment to the original motion. Any discussion on the amendment to the Deputy Mayor's original motion?
Mayor Herbig, Councilmember Baker has his hand raised.
Councilor Baker?
Yeah, I'm trying to get back to Councilmember Marshall's motion and to have it restated because of distance and whatever. I never heard it the first time.
Yes, I recognize that, Councilor Baker. We're dealing with both a motion and an amendment to that motion that have both been moved so far. So any discussion on the amendment? Yes, Madam Clerk, could you restate the amendment?
The motion is to have the comprehensive plan amendments reflect the potential to reflect to potential the allowance for missing middle within a quarter mile. And then after that, I believe Councilmember Shrubnik discussed it further.
That's correct. Okay, any discussion on the amendment? And let's keep it really tight to the amendment. Councilmember File?
thank you. I really appreciate the recommendation to pull that into the quarter mile with a comprehensive plan recommendation. I don't support the delay part. And the reasons are, it's the impact to what's happening in our TOD now will be impacted. We'll have to issue other extensions likely on affordable housing in that area, let alone the work that's being done. And I'm concerned about the work being done in the Planning Commission on TOD right now. That's supposed to be coming to us soon on affordability. So while I appreciate it's well intended, I can't support it.
Councilor Shovnik.
Yeah, and just to clarify, the amendment was simply about the comp plan. I was narrating on the potential implication of just doing that amendment. I guess what I was hoping is that we would take these two components separately. We would vote on the comp plan piece, and then we could have a separate vote, up or down, on the implementation piece, which would address the when of the discussion.
Thank you for the clarification. That helps.
Councilor Baker, is that a new hand?
No, that is the existing hand. Sorry.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Any further discussion on the amendment to the motion? Councilor Marshall?
Yep, insofar as it's still here relevant, as much as I can understand the amendment to the motion, I'm still not supportive of the Planning Commission's recommendation for lack of infrastructure and the reasons I've previously stated. But also, I would just say, you know, for other council members, I think the better move would be to, or the better move if you're not considering, if you disagree with me, I would think that you would want to give time for the community to be involved and to have this whole thing considered as we voted last week and slow it down. I think the motion was slow it down and take a look at the Planning Commission's recommendation. I would think that better move would be to do it next year. But I'm not supportive of the commission's plan, so I can't support the amendment.
Any further discussion? Yeah, I support the amendment because I believe it can allow us to continue the conversation without having to further, it'll just make it easier for us to continue the conversation without tying our hands, and will give us time to engage the public in a more meaningful way. In the discussion, would the clerk please take the roll on the amendment?
Mayor, I think Councilmember Baker unraised and then re-raised his hand. I just want to double check.
Councilmember Baker, is this a new hand?
Yeah, this is a new hand. And I am certainly against this. I believe very strongly in Councilmember Marshall's comments. So thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you take the roll on the amendment?
Thank you, Mayor. On the amended motion to have the comprehensive plan amendments reflect the potential for the allowance of missing middle within a quarter mile.
Just to clarify, it's not an amended motion. It's the amendment to the motion because the motion has not yet been amended.
I apologize. Sorry. No, you're good. I'll redo it. On the amendment to the motion to have the comprehensive plan amendments reflect the potential for the allowance for missing middle within a quarter mile, seconded by Mayor O'Kane, or Deputy Mayor O'Kane, excuse me. Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
No.
Councilmember Marshall.
No.
Councilmember File.
With a clarification, yes, I can support it.
Councilmember Kugler.
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes. So that brings us back to our original, that brings us back to actually our amended motion, which is now to pass it with the current map that's at, with the Planning Commission's map in the comprehensive plan, but not implement anything until we've had time to talk with the community next year. Is that correct?
Can we kindly repeat that?
Well, I'm just, you're the holder of the motions. So why don't we read the first motion and then follow with the amendment to get our current motion?
On the motion to defer conversation of duplexes and triplexes into 2023, when we go into talking about cottage housing and other missing middle elements as council has requested already, and to have the comprehensive plan amendments reflect the potential for the allowance for missing middle within a quarter mile. Seconded by Councilmember Kugler originally.
All right, we have an amended motion on the table. Any further discussion on the amended motion? Councilmember Marshall, and then Councilmember Shrubnik.
I just reiterate my statements for rejecting the planning commission's recommendation that I've stated before. Thank you.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
And I just want to, I think what this means is that we are deferring discussion of the implementation guidelines, right? To 2023, even though we would have the comp plan maps in place to essentially allow us to have that discussion. Is that a fair reading of it? Thank you.
It's not even really the implementation part, it's really the authorization more than anything, I think. We would still need to pass authorizing zoning legislation. Correct?
Yes, so you would have the, based on where you currently are, assuming that passes, you would have the comp plan map, have the quarter mile allowance, and discussion and implementation for what would be allowed within a quarter mile next year.
Okay. Okay, amended motion. Any further discussion on the amended motion?
Councilmember
Baker.
Yeah, can this be rejected next year?
When you say, can this be rejected next year, do you mean I'd like to clarify if Councilmember Baker means the implementing regulations, because that,
yes,
that of course, yes, because that discussion hasn't been brought forward yet.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amended motion? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to defer conversation of duplexes and triplexes into 2023, when we go into talking about cottage housing and other missing middle elements as council has requested already, and have the comprehensive plan amendments reflect the potential for the allowance of missing middle within a quarter mile, seconded by Councilmember Kugler. Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler.
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall.
No.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Councilmember Baker.
No.
Councilmember File.
No.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
With 4 yeses, the motion passes.
Okay. Staff have direction?
So based on council's direction, then staff would bring forward an ordinance that reflects the comprehensive plan amendments with no implementing zoning. So we will try and bring that back in November. The soonest would be November 7th. We'll see if we can get that ready to bring forward. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Next on the agenda, presentation of the 2023-2024 proposed biennial budgets for the following department cost centers: community development, public works engineering, public works, parks and facility maintenance, street fund, parks capital fund, transportation capital fund, presented by Finance and Administration Director.
Point of order.
I'm sorry.
I would like to request a break.
Sure.
We've been going for
Yes.
several hours. I think our
I
community
appreciate the
and we
reminder,
could
yes.
appreciate break.
Let's take a 5-minute break. Will Kenmore City Council please come back to order?
Mayor Herbig, Councilmember Baker has his hand raised.
So before we start on the budget presentation, I just wanted to, I was talking with Rob and we were proposing, unless there's any objections, to moving the staff report on public records off of tonight's agenda due to the previous, how late we expect things to go between budget and the climate action plan. Is there any objection to removing the public records request presentation from tonight's agenda?
No.
Okay, seeing no objections, we are taking that off the agenda. Thank you very much, Teresa. Councilmember Baker, your hand?
Yes. 1 second. Yes, my hand is up. And I have a question on the action that we just did. Since now it's been approved a quarter of a mile and we are delaying the implementation to next year. And if we change our minds and decide to reject that, can that be done?
It can't go into effect until we pass the underlying zoning changes. So yeah, I mean, if we never pass that, then it won't go into effect.
Thank you.
All right, on to the budget presentation. Take it away.
That the one? Yes. Yes, good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Welcome to the second in a series of budget presentations for the proposed preliminary biennial budget for 2023-2024. Today, we will continue with our department presentations. We have the last three divisions in the general fund: engineering, community development, and public works. We also will review other funds, streets, the Kenmore Automated Photo Enforcement Fund. We will go over the capital projects funds, parks and transportation. And with me, we have here our engineering director, John Vicente, our community development director, Debbie Bent, and operations director, Jennifer Gordon. The first department will be presenting is engineering.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. So the engineering department is responsible for the transportation CIP, utility permitting, traffic engineering, utility permitting and utility franchises, the automated photo enforcement program, right-of-way development, payment management, transportation planning, and ADA compliance. Our proposed 2023-2024 budget is a little over $1.7 million. That's roughly 6% of our general fund, and this is approximately a 3% increase from our previous budget. Within our department, we've got 6 full-time employees. Of those 6, 4 of them are funded under the engineering general fund. So some of the changes from last year's budget to this year's budget is we reduced our consulting budget from the previous biennium. The previous biennium included funding for the ADA transition plan and the transportation element update for the comp plan, as those are just one-time expenditures, at least in the next 10 years. We don't include that in this current budget. We do have some additional funding in there for a temporary administrative assistant to help us with a very large backlog of filing that we need to get taken care of, and that's for about 5 months of activity. Within our our SLB, we've got 4 funds: the Transportation Capital Projects Fund, where we've got 2.5 FTEs. Under the right-of-way management program, we've got 1.9 FTEs. Under the Traffic Safety and Operations program, we've got 1.4 FTEs, and the transportation planning engineering is 0.2 FTEs.
Next, we have community development.
Good evening, Council. So community development, what do we do in the community development department? We do long-range planning, like the comprehensive plan. We do strategy and policy and code development. We also do park planning and park capital improvement project management. So for the proposed budget, you see that there, and that is 7% of the general fund.
All right, can we stop really quickly for a question? Councilor Shubnik?
Are we doing questions for each section? I mean, that might be easier than, okay. So on the Public Works Engineering, and I'm a little confused. Sometimes it says Public Works Engineering and sometimes it just says Engineering Department. So it'd be great to have that language consistent. I'm a little confused on the budget. It looks like 2021-2 has 898 for salary and wages, and it's going up to a little over $1 million. Is that just due to inflation? Okay, so that is not new positions. Okay. Because it's 4 and then elsewhere it says 6, like you said, and I assume that's because the 4 is that what you said, that the 4 are the ones that are funded through that, and then the other 2 are funded through other funds?
That's
Is
correct.
That, yeah, okay.
Yes,
That's,
4 through the engineering fund,
yeah,
1
okay.
through the
Yeah,
streets fund.
I'm fine with that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so you see the total 23-24 budget there, just a little over 2 million, and that's 7% of the general fund. There is an increase from 21-22, and that's largely because of money for necessary to do the comprehensive plan amendments. The good news on that is the majority of that is funded through grants. In terms of highlights and changes, next slide, Letitia, please, thank you. So the changes in terms of staffing, we currently have 2 parks project managers. 1 is an interim project manager, and the proposal is to only extend that interim position through May of next year. There is the intent to increase administrative assistance function from 0.5 to 0.6.25. And the reason for that is currently the administrative assistant function and the recreation programmer are one and the same person. And the proposal is to move that person to public works. So I lose my admin. So that is why there's a proposal in there for 0.6, and that's to help with increasing workload and also increase in records management. Again, this speaks to one of the largest other than salaries expenditures, and that is on the comprehensive plan update. Have $295,000 in there, but as you can see, we have 2 significant grants, and there's 50,000 of city funds to support that effort. In terms of upcoming projects for 2023-2024, comprehensive plan update, and that is to meet the state mandated deadline by the end of 2024. There are several elements of the comprehensive plan that still require update, and those will be recommended to be on the docket over the next 2 years. In terms of development regulations, so the regulations that implement the comprehensive plan policy, we'll be looking at transit-oriented development regulations, and based on direction tonight, missing middle housing regulations, as well as other regulations which council may add to the annual docket work program. Policy updates, the housing strategy plan is due for a refresh. That will probably be in 2024, not 2023. Parks Capital Improvement Project, which is the other component of what the department does, is managing those park capital projects which are listed there. Other projects coming out my way would be emergency management would be transferred from Development Services Department, downtown development implementation and the aquatic center feasibility study are proposed to be transferred from the City Manager's Department. Thank you.
Councilor Shubnik.
Just a quick question, and this is for both of these presentations. The services line in this one, community development, went up a bunch, and in engineering, it went down a bunch. And I think I probably just don't understand what that line represents. Or maybe the question is, could you clarify what that line represents?
I would if I could see what line you're referring to.
Oh, I'm sorry. In the little expenditure summary.
Page 143.
It's 143 for community development, and then it's, a few pages before that for engineering. It's the little table at the top, the expenditure summary. It's 132 for engineering.
So the big difference between the 2021-2022 services line item and the 2023-2024 was in 2021-2022, we had to bring in services to do the update to the transportation element of the comp plan and also to prepare the ADA transition plan, which those services, ADA transition plan was completed in this biennium, and the transportation element will be mostly completed before the end of this biennium, but there is some carryover into next year to finish it off.
So services are like when you contract out to get more assistance with something like consultant or something like that. Okay, that's super helpful. That's what I didn't quite understand what that meant.
For example, in community development, it's general consulting services,
got it.
Plan services.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'm going to first talk about the Public Works Maintenance Fund. It gets a little bit confusing because sometimes these presentations are referred to as department presentations. And so the funds and the departments don't always align, exactly. So depending on how your department is funded, you can talk about it in a couple different ways.
Could you just let us know which page of the budget book coincides with this?
Says the Public Works Maintenance.
150.
149. No, 150.
Thank you.
So in the Public Works Maintenance Fund, that cost center accounts for all the day-to-day operations, maintenance of our facilities, parks, and all of our public spaces. It also includes the employee support to both internal, external use of this facilities, parks, through recreation programs, facility reservations, city events, and volunteer programs. The total budget for the 2023-2024 biennium is just over 3.7 million, with a 39% increase in the budget, and that includes 9.55 FTEs. So I did want to highlight, I recognize that 39% is a very large increase, but there is some reasoning for that. First of all, we're going to be adding 2.5 FTEs to the department. And so those are 2 brand new FTEs that are not currently funded. With the reorganization of city departments, events volunteers and recreation are all going to come under the umbrella of Public Works Maintenance. So that is existing positions that are being transferred over into this fund. So it's not new necessarily new money. There's also increased workload that we're taking on with the walkways and waterways projects. So I'll talk about first the two new positions that we're discussing. That is the Fleet and Facilities Maintenance Supervisor. And that position is needed because the building is starting to age. It seems crazy that we've been here for almost 12 years now, but things start aging and needing to be, replaced. And just a lot more maintenance comes with that. We need help with planning for long-term major building maintenance systems replacements, surplusing and procuring furniture, vehicles, and equipment. And since we do have a 7-day-a-week operation, we need somebody to manage that. I'm just overloaded with trying to take care of facility things and all the other divisions within the operations department. The second position is another maintenance worker, and that is to support the walkway and waterways improvements as recommended in the financial sustainability plan. It does include a one-time cost of a new vehicle to support that maintenance worker. And also the increases include additional contract funding for the maintenance of the two large park improvements. Next slide. The next, we're going to talk about those organizational changes that includes the events and volunteer supervisor and the events specialist positions. I just have a listing of the events, and I know that there's been some kind of questions about those events. So I'm happy to answer any other questions there were about the specific events that we are planning for the next biennium.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
This is the right time to have that discussion? Okay, I mean, it kind of feels like a budget discussion, but I mean, okay. I mean, that's fine. I'm happy to say what I was gonna say. So I have a few thoughts, and I think Rob already put in an email, a couple of them. One was, I'm hoping with the CAP Climate Action Plan that we'll have a significant event around Earth Day. Many of our surrounding cities are using that either as kickoffs or as underscoring what the community can do. I noticed we didn't have that, and we don't have a lot of spring events anyway. So it seems like that would be an opportune time. Now, whether that is in the events budget or in the CAP budget, I mean, that'll be, I leave that to somebody else to figure that out. But I'm hoping we have something around that. And I actually think that should incorporate streams. And so I'm not sure that we need a separately city-funded event that is a Stream Fest event in the fall. I mean, I actually think the event that occurred where we weren't involved this fall was amazing. I guess I don't see a tremendous value add for us inserting ourselves into that. So that was one. I don't know if we need motions for these. And then the other, given that, moving back for the love of Kenmore a little bit, either into March or even February potentially. And February is like, Valentine's and love and all of that kind of stuff. And I think in the past we've had it in February or March anyway. So, that might work. So I don't know do we need motions for these kinds of things, and then I have a third thing if we do. So I guess I don't know what our process is for these.
Mr. City Manager, how did you want to structure the conversation around events?
On events, it's it is what I call a zero-sum game, meaning
right.
You only have so much staff to do events. You only have a certain budget for events. So if you're going to add
add an event, you should probably remove an event just for budget reasons and staffing reasons. I really like the idea of focusing on an Earth Day and not doing the salmon event or running it, and still you can still be in a support role for the nonprofits that run it in the fall, and make sure that we support that. But the idea of kind of shifting to a Earth Day, and then moving for the love of Kenmore to February, that makes great sense too. So we can, as city manager, I think I can just propose that, and if there's no objections, we'll just move on.
Deputy Mayor.
I would just say, I personally think it's great for the city of Kenmore to have a strong lead role in Salmon Fest personally, given our commitment to salmon habitat restoration. But so long as we're highly engaged at some level in this event and its success, I think it's, for me, I like seeing it on this list, and I would not like to see it removed.
Councilor File.
Thank you. I have to echo the sentiments. I love the idea of an Earth Day. And I love the idea of moving, the Love Note event to the Love of Kenmore, to the Valentine's month of February. But I really want to see Salmon Fest continue on. I see that the Pride Parade is listed as a community event. And so I'm thinking it's listed as a community supported event where it was a city event in the past. And the supported event was the Kenmore Community Pride. So I am a little confused about that. So are you saying you want to support DEI work and then yet pass that hat to anybody else to carry forward? I'm not sure on the Pride Parade. I need some city manager direction
Sure,
there.
yeah. So on community events, we can still lend our support and even some funding towards it, and we actually do have a pot of money, I think $7,500 to send towards community events that we want to support but not be in a lead role. And my understanding with the Pride Parade last year was it was led by a community member, you council member File in this case, in your community member role, and we provided funding to support the community effort. So I didn't see it as an official city run event. We were providing financial resources to support an event that was run by community members. So, but I think we can make it work on the Earth Day. I think we can make it work where we do have an event and then we're in a support role for the salmon event and kind of have our cake and eat it too, or have our salmon and eat our something too.
I appreciate that. I do know that a Kenmore Pride Parade was a city-ran event on the DEI page. So just so clarification there. And I know what we were support roles for the Kenmore Community Pride group-led event because the city doesn't take a lead role in Pride yet, but we're getting there. But we're making strides with Juneteenth. So, you got to pat our a hand on the backs for doing some good work. And I guess, some comes along the way. I guess, I noticed that I bring it to attention because it's not uncommon to have LGBTQ supported events take a back seat. So absolutely want to support Stream Fest. I think it's really important. I do have concerns about the 2023 year that I do know that the Arts of Kenmore had expressed interest in working with the city to celebrate a milestone anniversary and kind of have an event. I don't see it here, so I'm assuming that there hasn't been maybe continue discussion on that, or?
So I haven't heard anything about that, but we do have budget for supporting events like that.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Another example would be when Tlahuatis Park opens in the spring. We envision an event where KWAC, Kenmore Waterfront Activity Center, runs a kind of waterfront fest, and we provide funding and support, but they take the lead on that. And maybe even put in our Tlahuatis ribbon cutting, kind of squeeze it into that event. So that would probably be in May.
Great, thank you.
I want to say a couple things, then you can go again. One, I'm a little disappointed to only see movie instead of movies. I gotta say the outdoor movies were huge before COVID hit, and I don't know. And I had to miss the one that we had this year because of a long planned vacation. I would love to see us actually make those a more regular thing because they were really well attended before COVID. And I think it's a great time just to bring the community together. And I think it's good for folks to get together and have that experience. Other than that, I'm perfectly, I'm fine with Earth Day. I'm ambivalent around Salmon Fest. I think the nonprofits that run that run a great event, and I think we should help them. I don't know if we need to be lead on it. And I really would love to see the hydros actually come back. So I'm really hoping that that's a reality. Councilmember Shrevenick.
Oh, yeah. That was amazing. And I would love to see more movies too. But actually, the reason that I wanted to speak one more time is because I did have one last thing, and I'm hoping this won't be taken the wrong way. So I really want to see our DEI plan in action. And I really want to see us doing something for diversity that's not window dressing. What I see on here makes me feel a little bit like it's window dressing, like we're picking an event, Juneteenth in this case, and just sort of saying, okay, check the box, that's our diversity. When in reality, Juneteenth, great event, but it's for recognizing the former enslavement of specifically African Americans. So not only does it not recognize all Black Americans, it completely ignores every other group. And I'm really uncomfortable actually elevating one group and supporting one particular event at this juncture when we haven't actually even passed our DEI plan. I mean, I guess if we have to pick one, I would do something like Citizenship Day, which at least recognizes the struggle of all groups to get citizenship, or, Women's Equality Day, at least that's half the population. I mean, I guess I'm, it's just like a group within a group. And it's great. I mean, we just completely ignored Indigenous Peoples Day, for example. I mean, the county didn't, we recognized it, but the city didn't. So I guess for that reason, I'm not comfortable with including it at this point for those reasons.
Deputy Mayor.
And I first, Councilmember Shrevenick, I want to acknowledge that the other days that you brought up are incredibly important, and especially International Women's Day. I have a different lens on Juneteenth, which is we, the American people, need to recognize that we were founded on slavery, and that Juneteenth is an acknowledgement that it existed and of its injustice. And yes, how do I say this? We've ended slavery in the form of the 19th century, mid-19th up to mid-19th century America. But yes, slave-like conditions still exist in the world today. And there are great injustices to many other peoples. But I think it's the acknowledgement that finally every known place where slavery still existed. Slaves were freed on June 19th. And so anyway, I fully support including it. I think it's important. I would say it's important to add more, if anything, but I see it as very important for we people of this that live in this nation, regardless of status, acknowledge that day and celebrate that we've moved beyond it and to the degree that we have. There still are issues though with diversity, equity, inclusion, and fairness for African Americans who have been disparately treated throughout our history.
Mr. City Manager.
Excuse me. Yeah, so I was in Bend, Oregon this year on the Juneteenth weekend, and they had a huge Juneteenth event in their main city park right on the river with multiple booths and lots of things going on, speakers and cultural activities. So they expanded it to more than just one group of people. They tried to make it multicultural and things like that. So that's an idea. You can have it around Juneteenth, but have it include other things as well, kind of like Bend, Oregon did.
Councilmember File.
Yeah, I can support a more rounded event, culturally, multicultural kind of event, focusing on the strides and gains, of course, made by African Americans and emancipation. That's really important. Juneteenth is. And, you know, it's we have incredibly important position statements and resolutions. You know, we're affirming welcoming city. We have recognized Juneteenth with proclamation. We women's history and suffrage. You know, Pride Month and, you know, Indigenous Peoples Day, Black History Month. We've made some advancements that, you know, Kenmore had been behind in, but to bring us all together, we heard from our DEI specialist that we really need to walk the walk and talk the talk. So if we're going to do things half-ass, I'm just going to say it. I'm just, you know, sometimes we have to be really blunt and true. We can't do DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion work without being deliberate. And so we are going to have to put our money where our mouth is. And we're going to have to meet our community instead of just reading proclamations or making posts on social media or adding to a calendar. And we need to pull in partners and stakeholders to do the work. Absolutely. Because, you know, white straight people should not be leading all these things. So I really support broadening city events to include more diversity and equity and inclusion events. And, you know, I'd love to see another celebration of Women's History Month, Women's Suffrage Day. We pulled together for just a simple picture. And that was just very connective and very supportive. That I think that's simple, it's easy, but, you know, it was meaningful. We can build off of things like these. So I'm willing to put a little more money towards this. And I'm willing to say that we really have to walk the walk, because otherwise it's just window dressing.
Councilmember Baker.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed. We just seem to be paying lip service to a lot of the programs that I think are very important to this council. And I'm really sad to see that. I think we could certainly put more effort into things. Also, concerts. They're a tremendous resource to bring the community together. The diversity that we see in the audiences, the diversity that we see in the performers has been a tremendous asset to our city. And I'm very, very saddened to see it cut to 2 from 6. I understand the reason for the initial cut because COVID, but we're on the mend from that. It's just, yeah, I'm very sad. Thank you.
Councilmember Shrubnik?
Yeah, I think actually, I'm assuming that the anniversary celebration will have music, right? So that'll be a concert. Is that? And that's a question. And then I have another comment.
Yeah.
Okay,
The
so
idea,
that'll
the
be
idea
the
is
equivalent of one of our concerts. So we'll
we
get
plan
at
on
least
having it here in the
3.
town square.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, and then I do want to thank you for broadening the concept, because that idea gets me actually really excited. And I hope we do spend the money on this, and maybe even a little more. In the Jewish tradition at Passover, we talk about the narrow places and the historic enslavement of the Jewish people. And so that made me think of the historic enslavement of so many groups, internment of Japanese Americans, and I think that's not exactly slavery, but I mean, you could go on, and I think certainly women. So I'm kind of excited about that idea now, if we can really do a bang up job of expanding it and helping people understand the history.
Councilmember Baker?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I don't think Town Square is an adequate place for concerts. The concerts, because of the diversity we see in the number of people that we get at these concerts. So what if it's part of a celebration? It should be in the park where we can handle the crowds. We've shown consistently over the years we handle the crowds. So anyway.
All right, I would point out to everybody that this is a budget discussion, and we have gotten a little far afield into the specifics of one very small part of the budget. Does staff need any direction on what we've just discussed?
I think I can make it work. I'm not going to increase concerts and movies without cutting something else. We had to make room for the 25th anniversary celebration. We also had to we also have our main events person who's going to be on leave next year. So we had to build in budget for filling that position temporarily. So it's tight. So.
Councilor Raphael?
There might be a way to add on to movie nights. And we have included a new partner of Kenmore Elementary PTA. They do have a movie license. They do a lot of good work at Kenmore Elementary School to meet families' needs and community needs. We could see if we could form a partnership to do that together at the town square, and have them take on that role. I know that there's a lot of still city work to it. I'm just saying that there is a nonprofit partnership way.
I appreciate
reach
that. I
it.
was going to ask if you could talk with staff about that, maybe offline.
I can.
Okay.
Absolutely.
'Cause I'm
Thank
just trying
you.
to get us moving.
That's a great example of where if a community organization wants to run something, then we can be in a support role. Yeah.
Okay, great.
And I was just gonna follow up with, I'm taking all your ideas in, and we can work on, providing some suggestions and working with, partnering with other members of the community. So duly noted.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to the next slide. So the next position I want to talk about was the recreation program supervisor. And so we mentioned, Debbie mentioned in her presentation that she would be losing that half-time position of the admin assistant that Rita is fulfilling right now, half-time recreation program supervisor. So proposing a full-time recreation program supervisor. And that position would not be bringing new programs in. We would still be doing the same kind of thing, working with the partners in the community and promoting those recreational programs that reach Kenmore community. That position would also kind of take on all of the facility rentals. So we've got facility rentals over at the hangar, and we have facility rentals here. Now that we're back in person, we're getting a uptick in reservations both here at the hangar and at City Hall. So just managing that program, we're looking at adding picnic shelter rentals to those new picnic shelters that we're putting in at our parks. We've got the new one at Morelands. We've got the new one coming in at Twahadis. We have a new one at Lagoon Park, and looking at ways to maybe work in the Rhododendron Park picnic shelter also. So just some new programs, bring in some revenue for some, to go somewhere else in the general fund. So she would also, or she, meaning Rita, this would be Rita doing this position. She would be responsible for all those different programs. I'm also looking at combining the reservations at the hangar with City Hall reservations onto an online platform. So you could reserve a facility all at one spot. You come online, you would, reserve a picnic shelter. You can reserve a room here at City Hall or the hangar. My hope is that it's all just kind of a one-stop shop. She would also do day-to-day coordination with the different recreation programs using our facilities. So the YMCA has used City Hall, all the other Skyhawks camps, other YMCA camps, all of those kinds of programming that's happening around the city, in city facilities. She would have that day-to-day coordination. The other nice thing about bringing in the events volunteers and the recreation programs into operations is that they already work really closely with our operations staff. The Public Works crew supports all of the events, the volunteer activities, programs, and the recreation program. So having everybody under one umbrella really will improve the communication, and just kind of, there will be no, competing direction. Everyone's kind of like going in the same, going towards the same goals. So I'm really looking forward to that. Next slide. In closing on the Parks Maintenance or Public Works Maintenance Fund, I just wanted to paint a picture of what the Public Works Operations Department looks like, because like I said earlier, it's a little bit confusing when we're talking about funds versus a department. So we will have over 13 FTEs in the Public Works Operations Department. I put 13.8 plus just because I'm not including the actual number of seasonal workers or interns that are working for the different divisions within the departments. Does anyone have any questions about that?
Questions?
All right, that concludes my presentation on the Public Works Maintenance Fund. And if there's no other questions, I was just going to move right into the street fund.
Councilor File.
So you're talking about some additional staffing for Public Works, right? And I'm assuming it doesn't all happen at one time. And you'll phase that in?
Well, I guess it depends on what we get. Once the budget is adopted in November, the hope is that we're going to hit the ground running and get those job announcements out for the Public Works maintenance workers, because we've already taken in those walkways, some of the walkways and waterways projects. So trying to get those folks in as soon as possible. So there's one maintenance worker in the Public Works Maintenance Fund. I'll talk about the other worker in the street fund. So they're funded in, different funds. So we'll be adding 2 maintenance workers, a facility and fleet maintenance supervisor, and then the half position of the recreation program supervisor.
All right, thank you.
Okay, moving on to the street fund. The street fund accounts for all of the maintenance and operations in the, streets right away. We do everything from signals to signs, all of the electronic, RFBs, all those kind of flashing, the school flashers, signs, all the traffic control devices, right-of-way maintenance including landscape, vegetation management, right-of-way improvements, like those horrible fences that get damaged from accidents and stay bent out of shape for months. That's all included in this fund. The total 2023-2024 budget is just over 3.8 million. The increase from last biennium is 14%, and the total number of FTEs funded in this budget is 5.08. Next slide. The primary reason for the increase in this budget is related to the taking over of maintenance of the walkways and waterways projects coming online. So the 68th and the Juanita sidewalk projects with all the landscape coming on. So this is where the other maintenance worker is included in the budget, along with the one-time capital cost of a vehicle. And we are also going to be funding 0.33 of the GIS analyst proposed in the surface water fund.
I had a quick question about the vehicle. You mentioned is this the same vehicle that's in the public works, for the public works maintenance person?
There's two vehicles,
okay.
One in each fund.
What is being, just quickly, what sort of vehicles are being proposed?
Just like a general pickup truck.
Okay, so we're not looking at electric or hybrid or anything yet?
We have been looking into that, but looks like the electric trucks are not going to be available for at least 3 years.
Okay, I had to ask. Thank you.
Yeah.
The cost differential is quite a bit. You're adding, can't remember the number, like 20, 30 grand onto the cost, something like that.
For a truck.
Yeah, for electric.
You do have to weigh that against the maintenance and operation though in the long term. Anyway.
Any questions about that fund?
Councilor Fowle?
And just to piggyback off of our mayor's comment, in the K4C, there's a lot of discussion about working all around the Puget Sound as municipalities to ensure that we are enhancing our fleets with energy efficient or hybrid fleets and making sure we have that availability. So I know it's, a cost expense, and I'd like to see if we are continuing to replace vehicles that we really focus on that green work, because it's putting our money where our mouth is, and it does pay off in the long ride. So that's it.
I just wanted to add to that, just like you were talking earlier about infrastructure for the middle housing, infrastructure for electric vehicles and any kind of these, in that direction is much needed before we can just kind of turn over and have our entire fleet be electric. So there's a lot of infrastructure work that will need to take place before we electrify everything. So just keep that in mind.
Absolutely. I'd hope that we'd have a local charging station, let alone for our community, looking at bike charging and free charging stations, and along with considering rapid charging, because I'm hearing that high-speed rapid chargers are not necessarily too available on this end. So people who have Teslas, for example, they have to conserve 40% of their battery so that they can go drive their car to Seattle or to Linwood to be able to get that additional charge. Those things are concerning when you're looking at trying to get towards green initiatives. So we can pick that up later.
Deputy Mayor?
it would be great to have high-speed charging stations in Kenmore. I did find out just recently, this is just sidebar, Bothell does have a bank of, I think, 12 high-speed chargers. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So the Kenmore Automated Photo Enforcement Fund is looking to include the maintenance and operations of the photo enforcement system itself, the traffic engineering safety projects, the traffic engineering itself, which is data collection, data analysis, our traffic safety programs, and our traffic safety investigations, and then pavement management. We're estimating the revenue for 23-24 to be about $640,000. And this fund is going to include the one FTE, existing FTE, our traffic engineer. And since this is a new fund, we don't have any comparisons for 21-22. So we'll see how the funding pans out in this next biennium before we make any changes to our program. As I said,
sorry.
Oh, just a quick question. So that, and maybe this is for Letitia. Is that, so that person that's funded with the CAPE fund is not represented on the page 84 FTE? At some point, I guess it'd be great to get a revised page 84 that actually shows the new people.
And actually, I'm working on it.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
I am.
yeah, and just to clarify that this FTE is not a new individual. It's in the 21-22 biennium, the traffic engineer was funded through the streets fund, and we're moving it from the streets fund to the automated photo enforcement.
Thank you. Okay, sorry about that. I misunderstood.
So this isn't a new FTE. It's just changing the fund source.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
So as I mentioned, this is a new funding source. And so we're going to be seeing how this force pans out for the next 2 years before we make any additional changes to the program. Previously, the work under this description was covered under the general fund and then also the streets fund and the capital improvement fund. Then revenues are expected to start in 2023. Is there any more questions? If not,
we can move on.
That we have completed.
Is your microphone on? Sorry.
So with that, we have completed the general fund and the street fund. So we're moving on to our capital project funds, which are for parks and transportation.
So the Transportation Capital Fund includes the projects listed in front of you. I won't rattle them off, but for the most part, these projects are in progress. There's the ADA transition program is the only one that hasn't quite started yet, and along with the Lower Swamp Creek Bridge project. The projects above are currently funded through the WashDOT Ped Bike program, Move Ahead Washington funds, Connecting Washington, and then our local fundings like REIT, impact fees, bond, and service water funds. We've currently have applied for funding for WashDOT Safe Routes to Schools, WashDOT Ped Bike program, and Transportation Improvement Board. The projects that we've applied for under the two Washington State Department of Transportation funds are not listed above. I'm only including those projects above that have current funding. And so if we get additional funding through our grant programs, we would come to council with an amendment to the CIP to include those. The TIB, the Transportation Improvement Board grant, is looking to offset the pavement preservation program. I've applied for a grant fund for the 73rd overlay. And if I get that, that'll offset city dollars that are used for that particular project. So the Sammamish River Bridge Replacement Fund, we still have that. The project is mostly complete. We have to reach a point where we can start doing some punch list activities and maintenance and establishment. So the 2023-2024 budget is going to be primarily project closeout as we deal with all the minutia of closing out a project. It also includes our plant establishment, both on the corridor and off the corridor. And it also is the beginning of our wetland mitigation monitoring. We have a 10-year period of monitoring that we have to do. And so that is also included in the current budget. We will project to have a little bit of Connecting Washington money left over next year, but the majority of the funds for completing out this project are going to come from REIT, the real estate excise tax. Any questions on that?
Councilor File?
Thank you. So safe routes to schools, for example, I learned that we didn't receive the safe route to school grants this year for the coming year, right? But have we applied to the national program, the new National Federal Safe Routes to School package?
So there's kind of a misunderstanding about the Safe Routes to Schools Fund. What happens is the state has a Safe Routes to Schools program. They receive federal dollars from the current transportation funding that came through, and they apply some of that money to the state Safe Routes to Schools program, but the state also allocates its own money to that. And so what happens when a grant is awarded, an agency will either be given the federal funds or the state funds. Right. Historically, we've been given the state funds to manage, to deal with one of our projects. So we have applied for the State Routes to School project. We haven't been awarded anything yet. We have 2 projects that are now been upgraded for consideration, and I'll be meeting with the state to go over those projects and to find out whether or not hopefully we find out in November whether or not we get funding for those 2 projects.
Right. And then the second pathway of safe route to school grants are for school districts specifically, correct?
Yes, and that's something that we don't get involved in.
Of course, I just want to make sure eventually some of our communities going to be watching from home, and I want them to be able to understand there's different pathways. Correct. So thank you.
So the Park Capital Fund funds park capital improvement projects, which are identified in the 6-year CIP. But what this focuses on is the projects that are funded within the next biennium, and there are 4 of them. And there are a variety of funds identified there to fund the projects, and they're listed under project resources. So we have 4 park projects: the Twin Springs Park Phase 1, which is minimal improvements to open the park. That is funded with a state appropriation. We're hoping to have the permitting completed by the end of this year and going out to bid in January for construction in spring. The second project, the Rhododendron Park Sign Replacement Project, is funded with REIT funds, and this is to replace 2 older park monument signs with the newest style of park monument signs that you've seen with some of the recent park development. The Log Boom Park waterfront improvements, that construction phase of the project is complete, but we now move into the mitigation, the maintenance and monitoring of the mitigation that was put in for that project. And you can see there that that is funded with, I think that is funded with King County Park Levy funds for Log Boom Park. The Tlaquidez Park Waterfront Improvement Project, we are moving very nicely with construction and hoping to have substantial completion next year. And Rob mentioned a ribbon cutting event potentially in May. So you can see the funds there are to fund construction and also to start the monitoring of the mitigation. And there are funds in the next biennial budget, but I've also shown there that the maintenance goes on for a considerable period beyond the current budget. And lastly, on the Rhododendron Park Boathouse project. There is funds identified there for a boathouse sign to replace the temporary sign there. And again, like the other projects, there is a requirement to maintain the mitigation installed. And you can see there that to fund both those is with the Strategic Opportunity Fund for the signage and the King County Park Levy funds and REIT for the mitigation monitoring component. Questions?
Councilmember File.
Thank you. So on the Kenmore Rhododendron Boathouse, for example, I understand the mitigation, needs, and I don't have a problem with that. I do have a problem and concern continuing to pull from our funds when we really need to either start charging rent to part of the stakeholders. I think that we need to have that source of income paid in for the usage. It's not too frequent that an entity gets to reside or use a facility without paying for its usage. And I'm concerned about the length of time that has passed. We either have to take stride here and take responsibility for taxpayer money and take the next step, or we continue to pull from our pockets. I'm a little concerned.
Respectfully, Councilmember Filed, I think you're talking about the fundraising gap for the boathouse, which is not part of the park capital improvement program. That is a separate discussion about a strategy for having those funds, which were the strategic opportunity funds, replaced. And that was supposed to be done by the fundraising committee. There is, I believe that's on the next week's agenda item. So that will be probably the best opportunity to ask those questions.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Thank you for going over all of those different breakdowns for the capital fund. I do have a question about the boathouse sign. Is there already a plan for what that might be? I guess this cost seems like large to me. So was there already an idea, and this is like an actual estimate based off of some sort of design?
We're trying to do it as cheaply as possible. That cost there reflects not only the cost for fabrication, for any design and installation, it also covers staff time. We haven't actually finalized that. Currently, where we are with that project is we're working with the architect to make sure that the location of a permanent sign in the current location, the building could support that. And we're looking for the most efficient option in terms of cost as well as maintenance. So right now, this was our sort of best guess.
Okay, I just have one quick question. I see in the park capital fund expenditures, there's a budget line for transfer to general fund. That seems a little, I don't know, seems a little out of the ordinary to me, but is there a reason why we're transferring funds out of capital over to the general fund?
It's in a salary reimbursement.
Okay,
The
thank you.
individuals that work on those capital projects.
That makes sense.
Okay, so that concludes our presentation for today. Just a reminder that we have a second public hearing for the capital improvement program at the next council meeting. So more detailed information regarding the projects that we went over today in both transportation and parks. Also have our next batch of presentations on October 24 with regards to the budget. That will finalize all the presentations for the departments, and then we start with our public hearings on November the 7th and November 14 for the budget.
Thank you. All right. Next on the agenda, Climate Action Plan Implementation Funding Options presented by City Manager Rob Carlindsey and Environmental Service Manager Richard Sawyer.
Should we take a quick break?
I mean, I think we are taking a quick break, but you know, I'm not going to lay down anything official. If you want to run off for a minute.
I think everything is working if you're ready. My introduction should be relatively brief and then we can get right into the discussion and keep it moving. But good evening, Mayor, City Council. So in 2020, you made development of a climate action plan one of your highest priorities, which resulted in the adoption of the city's first climate action plan earlier this year. And then you continued your commitment for climate action at your retreat earlier this year and made implementing the climate action plan your #1 priority for 2023-2024. And tonight, my colleagues and I are excited to provide you options on how the city might move forward with implementation of this plan. We have prepared 4 options labeled programs 1 through 4, which provide escalating levels of staff and resources to implement the actions outlined in the climate action plan. Each program option outlines a 6-year plan that focuses on meeting the 2030 goal to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 50% and set the city on the right path to successfully meet the ultimate 2050 goal of net zero carbon emissions. While the intent of each program option is to meet the goals established in the climate action plan, each option will have varying level of potential for success in achieving those goals. With more staff and resources, the likelihood of achieving our goals significantly increases and vice versa. With council's direction, we can find the right balance to move forward. So I'd like to briefly summarize each program option and then briefly discuss the funding options before turning it over to you for discussion. And as a quick reminder on how the climate action plan was organized, there's 3 major categories of greenhouse gas emissions, which include buildings and energy, which account for about 60% of the citywide greenhouse gas emissions. Transportation and land use, which accounts for about 31% of those emissions. And then the category other, which includes things such as refrigerants and solid waste, and accounts for about 9% of the remaining greenhouse gas emissions. Additionally, there were two other categories with actions that were developed to improve the city's natural environment, as well as the community's resilience and well-being, or other words, the city's ability to adapt to existing and future impacts of climate change. And with that, what I've pulled up is just the program option summary, which you should also have included with the agenda bill. And I'll quickly walk through these programs and describe how they're put together. The first option, which we call Program 1, basically, or Climate Action Plan Basic, it focuses on providing the most cost-effective option for council to consider, and focuses primarily just on those two highest greenhouse gas emitting categories, which include buildings and energy, and transportations and land use. So we're proposing one staff position, which would be a program manager focused entirely on climate action. They would basically utilize energy in those two categories. We have some relatively minimal funding outlined in Appendix A, which shows kind of each program element outlined in the budget with some very low level program funding and mostly staff time. Program 2, we build on that first option, but what we're proposing is to add an additional staff person, and that person would be a dedicated community engagement specialist that again focuses primarily just on climate action. And we expand some of these programs to start getting into the other categories. So we're getting into the third category of emissions, as well as providing some baseline funding for natural resources and community resilience. And the salaries of the two positions are actually embedded. So you'll see those in those budget numbers. We've broken those down kind of through each action. So you'll see these numbers shift with each program option as those workloads shift around and certain programs are enhanced. So for instance, in that program 2, you'll see more robust engagement dollars provided. When we get to option 3, you'll see now that this is kind of the what we're calling the complete package. And all categories are receiving now a baseline level of funding to ensure that those programs occur. And one thing I should backtrack a little bit and mention is that, we really designed this where that first option is very reliant on the ability for that manager to go after and receive grants. And then, if we could, the more grant money that we can secure, then that would obviously fund more programs under that option. Obviously, we're going to be trying to pursue grants in all these options, as the federal government, state government has really provided a lot of potential funding that we'll want to leverage and take advantage of. But kind of the option 1 and somewhat option 2 really rely on that funding, whereas option 3, the city is providing at least a dedicated source of baseline funding. So there are going to be programs implemented whether or not we get grant funding. And then if we do get grant funding, those would be enhanced even further. And additionally, in program 3, we'll be adding 2 more positions. We're going to propose an administrative specialist to start handling kind of the buildup of administrative overhead needed to run these programs. In program 3, we're proposing more community resilience type programs. So providing rebates and incentives to the community, so that will take more processing and administrative type work in order to implement those programs, as well as supporting the additional workloads of the other positions. And then also an arborist. You'll notice that in program 3, we start really building up the natural resource type programs. And a lot of those programs focus on tree canopy and trees and expanding the environment in that realm. So the arborist would provide a critical role to support those programs. As you'll notice, going from option 1 through option 3 has an associated price tag that is increasing. That program 1, we've estimated the cost to be around $400,000. And that builds up to about 1.5 million annually in program option 3. And we've also included a 4th option for council's consideration. So implementing the climate action plan is the #1 priority, but a very close second is the council's commitment to providing housing and human services for the community. And so I worked with Stephanie to kind of include this hybrid option, which basically takes the 2nd climate action plan program and then includes a housing and human services element on top of that. So this one would propose 3 positions: that original climate action manager, the community engagement specialist, but then also this housing and human services manager, which can focus on providing some housing and human service programs to the community as well. So that is, again, just a quick summary of the program options that we've proposed. And yeah. I think Rob wanted to step in and talk a little bit more about the option 4. I guess I was just going to keep it short and let them guide it, but if you want to add some.
Well, just, yeah, the option 4 may seem a little bit out of left field, but there is some reasoning to that. Stephanie, I don't know if you want to jump in, or I'm happy to.
Sure, I'm happy to step in. So as Richard mentioned, the 2nd priority of the council for the next biennium is affordable housing. And we also have heard, and it even came up last week, about the need for additional grant funding and to pursue opportunities. In the housing and human services realm, plus we have the issue of the regional crisis response program in the next biennium and beyond, an ongoing program. And we know that King County Regional Housing Homelessness Authority, that work is coming, and we know that our participation in that is important to us as a city, as well as human services funding needs in general with the pandemic. And as the ARPA funds sunset, we know that our community will continue to need those services. And so having a 6-year time frame in which to implement those programs and pursue additional funding for other programs and priorities in the housing and human services realm would be important. In addition, the idea we had was that we would build an affordable housing fund. So to raise funding on an annual basis and put it in a fund that we could build up over time to seize strategic opportunities, which we have done most recently with the whole property, but also the Shell property. And we know there will be future opportunities like that, and to build a fund so we can have that money waiting for the right moment and for purchasing of property or other opportunities in the affordable housing realm, as that's your 2nd priority. So it's a combination of lots of things we've thought about, but that's why it did start with the fact that it's your 2nd priority. So thinking about a range of services and priorities and wanting to find ways to meet those.
And if I could just add to that, being a close-in city in the Seattle metro area, there's just been more and more demand and needs for things like affordable housing, human services. We're expected more and more to be participants in regional discussions and partnerships, and that all takes time. It's a body of work that takes more and more of our time, and rather than just trying to squeeze it in or shoehorn it in, the thought here is to actually dedicate somebody to it, to give it its proper due and attention. Stephanie mentioned that this package would include increasing human services funding, increasing our contribution to ARCH for more affordable housing units. And another potential reasoning for adding this in is it may be of interest to a broader population if you have more things in a package if we were to take it to the voters. So rather than just be one topic, you would have a public safety topic, meaning the radar program. You'd have housing, you'd have human services, and it might have a more broader appeal to the voters if we brought something like that. But we're here to get your direction, not necessarily to like advocate for one certain option. And don't feel like you have to only pick from these 4 options. If you want to meld certain options together or pick and choose, you certainly can.
Yeah, and
Shrubnik.
Thank you. And thank you for putting together these options. It's super helpful. You know, it's a lot. It's a lot to look at. It's a lot to absorb. I know you put a tremendous amount of work into it. And, you know, obviously I'm, you know, one of the first. I mean, we're all very anxious to get this going. And that's why we, you know, put it out there years before K4C got their toolkit in place. But now that it is, there is a toolkit. And I think we, you know, one of the things that I know we have not done and we should is align our work with K4C. So I guess before I commit to that level of detail of what specific tasks we go for, I'd want to do that analysis either myself or see it. And be more deliberate about which tasks we're going about implementing, really focusing on the high value ones. And I know in general, that's the focus. I mean, on building, energy and transportation, obviously those are the biggest. But you know, really honing in and maybe even getting more citizen input when we get to that, more resident input when we get to that point. So I guess what I'd like to propose at this point, well, and I also am really uncomfortable with putting the housing and human services piece in there. It really muddies the water for me. And I hear what folks are saying about it, that there is a need, but that's a need over here, and this is the cap. And they are 2 different animals. And simply because we have a need in another place in the budget doesn't mean we need to put it in to this. So we have lots of needs. Sidewalks come to mind. So what I'd like to propose is getting us started, which would be setting a budget that allows us to hire the first person and allowing that good first person to make some executive decisions about or I should say executive recommendations about how we proceed, whether that person feels it's best to contract out the outreach with an organization that knows how to do that, or whether hire that in-house, whether that person feels like we need, 3 staff. So I guess that's where I'm at. So I would rather do like an umbrella approach, which is, let's say for sure we're going at the, somewhere in the $500,000 at this point. And then obviously we revisit the budget every year, so we can always up that. But I mean, it's pretty clear we're going to need that level of funding because that's just barely over your option 1. So that would be my proposal, given that where we're at with the discussion and that this really warrants, in my opinion, a heck of a lot more time to work on.
Deputy Mayor.
My lens, let me put my glasses on. I come from a different direction, and that is that we are already behind on this work. I think in order to fully implement the cap,
we do need to invest in at least these 4 positions that have been proposed before us. By hiring the staff, we'll be able to get the job done, get the work done. We'll be able to create the team to proceed. We're behind the 8 ball. We don't have time for someone to come in, make a plan and ask for positions for us to vote on in a couple more years when we're going to be like we're too cash strapped. We need to be hiring and moving on this now. If there's a place that we need to invest in, it's staff for environmental services and climate action. The question I had, and this came up with community members today, what would it be to include the health and human services position with the fully funded number 3? I recognize that I do agree with Councilmember Shrebnick, it should be separate, but I did understand the concept, and I know that there's some consideration of going to the public. And in going to the public, I can see where there would be appeal of having both items on the table. So what would be the cost to add or that segment of work if we were to consider it?
You go to appendix D, yeah, go down to the bottom. You'll see it's about over a course of 6 years, it's between 600 and 900,000 a year.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, and
With
then
that,
you can just add that and then add that to the cap total that's above it.
okay. I think with that in mind, as much as I'd like to include both, I lean towards option 3. Thank you.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. Looking at how, this plan is really highly interconnected with diversity and equity, social determinants of public health, and all where they even intersect with epidemiology. There's no way I couldn't say I want a combined approach of 3 and 4 because environment and capital, and climate action is very much interconnected with housing and housing justice. And we know that from science, right? So for those reasons, I would really rather consider a science-based approach by saying a combination of 3 and 4. So how we would do that, I think we're going to have to dig in deep because there's no way we can really kind of separate out the need for an arborist or housing and in developing that fund. So I am more in favor of a combined approach, just putting my 2 cents behind my my deepest concerns of not avoiding the science that clearly indicates how intertwined all of these are. And I think it would be a very big mistake to not take a combined approach. We did work really hard on climate action plan. It's a very high related issue in council goals. We looked at the King County recommendations with K4C and how we even kind of combined and where we related to their work to get ourselves started. So I'm fine there. We can continue to work together and reach both regional and local goals and be part of a larger solution. But to do that, it's going to take some grit. And so I'm more supportive of in an open mindset and a really innovative approach here of a combined approach. And so what would it take to combine 3 and 4? I'm prepared for a scary number. So.
That's 2.1, 2.3. Yeah, we just went over that. Anybody on this side of the dais before I go back to, okay, Councilor Marshall?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. And is a very difficult analysis for me, for sure. This is, for me, an example of a very tough choice. And we've got to look at our financial situation and our goals. And it definitely, it pains me. But I feel like on this side, I need to err on the side of fiscal responsibility. I would go with the program 1.
Councilor Kugler?
I think I share the same thoughts as what many of the other, as my fellow council members have mentioned. But I am leaning towards program 3, mostly because it would mean that we are funding it and not dependent on grants to do that work. And I also agree with Deputy Mayor O'Kane that I feel like we are behind on this work. Like, we need to start it and move forward with it as quickly as possible. And from what we've learned at the K4C event, which I know many of us attended, like Kenmore is, I feel like, sort of on the ball and ahead of some of the cities, which to me means that we have to move even more swiftly because other cities are behind. And if we're going to reach that collective goal for King County, we have to do our part. So, of course, that's also a huge trade-off, because who doesn't want to support, housing and human services? We're talking about people's basic needs here. So how would we fund it if we didn't fund it as part of one of these options?
Biden. There we go. So I've just pulled up the part of the report on page 23 that discusses several potential funding options that we've included for discussion. So there are several revenue options that council would have the authority to enact, which would include various utility taxes, a new B&O tax, an increase to the Transportation Benefit District vehicle license fee. And then you can see there's some associated potential revenues with each of those options. And then there are also a couple revenue options that would require voter approval. We could institute a Transportation Benefit District sales tax for about $840,000 a year. And then we could also look at a property tax levy lid lift, which could fund the full amount of the cap package. And we've actually run some numbers there for the different program options. Obviously, we didn't come prepared for a combination of 3 plus human and housing services, so you don't see that, but you can see with program option 3, that's about a $264 annual amount for estimated for a $1.1 million property. And then I don't know if Rob wants to add anything else. I think lots of options there to consider.
I agree with many of my colleagues here and have some of the same, sorry, getting tired, having some of the same kind of conflicting priorities here. I do think that we need to be making a serious investment in the cap. There's no question on that. Of course, I do support us looking at housing and human services. To be honest, really deeply question whether a ballot measure would work around this topic. I could be wrong. I'd be happy to be proven wrong. And my other issue is I think I can only identify a little over $1 million of council authority budget that I would be comfortable voting for. Some of these funds I'm just not really willing to continue to raise. So I question whether we can actually get to 2.3 million realistically. And I'm still torn. Deputy Mayor?
I think my comments were covered, that yeah, I really do support a combination of 3 or 4. I'm not sure how we could get it to 1.5 million. Really, that was for what we have for option 3. So it's a big subject. I mean, two major items. I agree with Councilmember File, who pretty eloquently described the intersection of the environment and our housing crisis, yeah, and those elements. So I want to thank you for drawing the tenuous line. It's not that tenuous for people who are looking at it. I do see the, anyway, I'm going a little further than I wanted on that, but I just wanted to say, I think this is important. I think our community thinks this is important. I recognize our mayor's concerns about going to the voters. I will share that our voters, our community tends to think climate's a very high priority. So I think they will want to see us investing as high as we can. And I would also say that community members here that have been here for missing middle, they care about housing and human services. They're here out of wanting to make sure that we're doing the right things for Kenmore. So I understood the connection if we are going to the voters. So I do think that 1.5 million though is a number that's probably more digestible than the 2.1 or so or more, honestly, which we need to be investing though and committing to these positions and this work. I absolutely believe that. Thank you.
Councilor Shrubnik.
Yeah, I always seem to be in this position, but I am going to propose a path forward that may be a compromise. So I would agree with Mayor Herberg in terms of a voter approved piece. I don't think this is the right package, even if you combine it with human services. And I only see 3 things that I would be willing to support, and here's why. So electric utility, that's what we want to incentivize. So we don't want to punish people for using electric. In comparatively, natural gas is something that we want to phase out. So that would be one I would consider. Solid waste, similarly. New business and B&O, no way. That's our economic development. Water sewer, no. Transportation benefit, yeah, we want to phase out cars, not completely, but we don't want to incentivize cars. So adding a little bit of tax on that makes sense to me conceptually if we're talking about a climate action plan. So those 3 pieces together get us to roughly $1 million. And I will go back to my original idea, which is instead of the 500,000, I'm upping the bid to about $1 million. And again, hiring maybe 1 or 2 staff, but I again feel like a director or a manager of this program should have latitude to decide how they want to populate their team and if they want to use consultants. So I would really rather not tie their hands about how to manage a team. So I think that amount of funding would give that person some good running room, and we can always, again, revise the budget, but that would certainly give some room to maneuver and move us along.
Deputy Mayor.
Consultants still mean spending the money. Yeah, so for me, I personally think investing in FTEs and building our commitment to that work is incredibly important. And every dollar that we spend on this is an investment in our community. I'm not going to belabor this, but it is, period.
the more that we invest here. We can't do the work unless we have the people to find the work and create the work and ultimately find the grant funds. So if we do this and we invest in 4 positions to do this work, then we're going to have a team of 4, a stronger power to go out to get the grants and invest in the work and communicate out to the other agencies that we need to work with in order to get the work done in Kenmore. The Sammamish Slough, in addition to the other cap items, so our environmental stewardship work, which I do think we have included in our plan, is here and it needs to be done.
Councilor File.
Thank you. We really do have to move ahead. I really think about the socio-ecological theory model. There's not one element in capital. I keep saying capital in a climate action plan that doesn't have rely upon upward, downward stream approaches to provide solutions. And then so there's no way I could look at this without also considering, absolutely applying for, like EPA federal grants that are available for putting in place climate action plans, and looking at SMASHA, who has block grants for, affordable housing. I believe that we can get there. I would rather see us less reliant on contractors, which we spend more for. We've heard from our community time and again that we can't. We should really do away with the contract workers, and we can get more investment in Kenmore when we have full-time employees who are committed to our community and better outcomes. And every part of this really looks at thinking just about that socio-ecological theory model to public health and really how it affects behaviors from the independent person to community and groups and partners in every aspect of our lives. I just can't separate 3 and 4. So I'm trying to see how we may still look at grants, and then also maybe if we have to cut down on staffing, that's just a small piece, but we might have to start in slow to be able to get there. So looking at option 4, it gives us 3 staff persons, 4 staff persons for option 3. I think that we're going to need those staff persons, period, for the 4 staff positions to be able to get to where we need to go to address climate action. Unless we change our behavior and our mindset, we're not going to achieve the climate action goals we have just even started to lay out. It starts with each and every one of us. We tell our community improving the environment starts with each household, each individual person. They start in schools, teaching kids early about the life cycle of a salmon, right? I had the most beautiful discussion with a couple of people from other nations that I'm working on a public health project with, for example. And both of them are from landlocked countries. Never heard of salmon, never understood the infrastructure that impacts salmon and how we do live our lives, or the water that enters Lake Washington, the Puget Sound, and the air we breathe, both in our homes and outside. Unless we take real serious action and we take responsibility here today, we're just putting more wallpaper up. It's going to take some grit, some real grit to commit, and I'm willing to make that commitment. And so I'm going to call on my fellow colleagues to stand behind those goals that we made and work together with our city and let's guide our community forward, because that change can't happen without us.
Given the late hour, what if we take what we're hearing and come back to you at a meeting in the near future with an option or two options for you to look at that are kind of the adjustment to what we presented tonight? Would that be helpful?
I think that'd be welcome, yes.
Okay.
Is there any further staff report?
I'm just really excited about some milestones on Juanita Drive. So the final section got paved last week, and they still have some additional work to do, including a lot of landscaping work. But they're hoping to even get that last section striped before the weather comes in. You kind of need to let the pavement cure a little bit before you can stripe it, but I think they're gonna, given if the cure period might be too long, given that hopefully we're gonna get some rain soon, and so they may cut that cure period short just to get the paint down and then put, restripe it in the spring or something. But just really excited about that. So we have 3 more ribbon cuttings to do. 3 more ribbon cuttings to do for walkways and waterways. As soon as we get that railing in on 68th Avenue, the boardwalks there, it's supposed to come in November, much to my chagrin. As soon as we get that, we'll schedule a ribbon cutting for that. As soon as Juanita Drive gets substantial completion, we'll schedule a ribbon cutting for that. That'll probably be in this early spring. And then, of course, Plahuaris in May. So just really excited about how the walkways and waterways projects are coming to an end. And we are a transformed city as a result. That's all I have.
All right, council member reports and comments. Councilmember Baker, are you there? We'll see if he comes back. Councilmember Marshall.
And good luck to our city manager tomorrow morning, and good health and all that great stuff. And also, I'm interested to hear that Olympia apparently is drumming together something to tell us how we're going to conduct our own business here in our city, how we're going to plan for ourselves, I guess. I trust my fellow council members will join me in standing up for Kenmore's autonomy. And if there's something that becomes unavoidable, like Olympia says, well, you're going to have to just build the hell out of the whole place. You know what? They better be giving us money for things like sidewalks. No way they can avoid it and have any integrity at all. Thanks.
Councilor Kukla.
Just 2 quick updates. As several of us mentioned, we did attend I attended the King County Cities Climate Collaboration, which is the K4C elected officials work session. They had some shared tools for how we can reduce greenhouse gases across all of King County, and also some legislative priorities. I haven't had a chance to make my way through all of those, but hoping that they overlap with many of ours as well. I also attended the latest Eastside Transportation Partnership meeting. For those who are interested, they're talking mostly about I-5. They're working on seismic studies from Boeing Field to Lake City Way. They're also looking at making improvements to their HOV system, and they're holding listening sessions for developing an interim report on planning environmental linkages. So for any of their public who's listening in or council members who are interested, that is, I think, coming soon, the listening sessions. And they're also looking at linkages of 405 to I-5 concerns. So anyone who's interested might speak up about that. That's it. Thanks.
Councilmember Shrevenick.
Yeah, thanks to Joe and others who helped move us along with the MPRSA. There was a meeting last week, and it looks like they are going to go forward with essentially a bridge loan. They're calling it a line of credit from King County so that they can complete all the projects in kind of one fell swoop rather than having to stagger it over several years. So that's one. And then I did I want to underscore an issue on the cap. you know, in 2019, I drafted an outline of what our cap could be and how we might move forward. And, you know, I do feel like, you know, I mean, I've certainly been a big advocate of it, and I will continue to be a big advocate. And I feel like sometimes we also have to be fiscally responsible and clear about why we're doing what we're doing and how we're paying for it. For example, we pay for police through a contract. And I do think that sometimes contracts instead of in-house is the right approach. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. So that's why I had the position that I did. And I am certainly a strong advocate of moving forward as quickly as we can. That's why I helped push it forward in 2019 to begin with.
Councilmember File?
Thank you. You know, this has been one heck of an evening. I'm tired, it's late, but I really appreciate, you know, all of our community, our council, our fellow colleagues, our staff. Everybody works so hard to serve our community, Kenmore, and it's hard work. It's not always easy. And I appreciate every one of you. I really do. I wanted to mention on the 25th of October, the Senior Center is having a afternoon event. It starts at noon. It's a little chilly coffee and chat. And so they have invited council members to come along, and then invited the community to attend as well. So I hope people attend. And later in the next month, I'll be going to the National League of Cities event. Councilmember Baker is unable to attend, and so I'll be doing that then. So if there's any special needs, I appreciate that. And I just want to you know, tip my hat to Councilmember Shrebnick. You know, we got somewhere with a start with climate action because she took initiative. And, you know, it's a team sport, you know, it takes multiple players, and it's a great commitment. So I want to applaud your efforts, and thank you for leading us in this great direction. Really appreciate that. And for now, I'm going to say goodnight.
I'll check in with Councilmember Baker one last time. Councilmember Baker, any updates? All right, Deputy Mayor.
No updates, just a big thank you to everyone that's here. The work that we're doing on housing, climate, health and human services, all of it. I'm really, personally, I think our city can be very proud of our staff, and I'm really proud of our community for coming out and participating in local government. It's incredibly important. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Kugler stole some of my thunder because we were at the same ETP and the same K4C meetings. So no need to repeat anything there. I'll be joining Councilmember File at NLC next month. Those are always great learning opportunities. And oh, and last week I spoke. There was a NUSHA conversation about tenant protections. They asked me to come and talk a little bit about what we did in Kenmore. And I gave a little presentation over the lunch hour to a group of folks that were there, and it was well received. So with nothing more to come before us, the Kenmore City Council stands adjourned.